Oh yeah, D. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Day 20, boys. Almost 3 weeks. Almost 3 weeks. Almost 3 weeks. How we doing? Why is it a thing? Oh boy, we got a lot to get into. Oh yeah. We got a lot to get into. Let's hit that like, let's hit that subscribe. We got a list. We got a targeted list on what we're gonna do today, boys. There is nothing moving faster than AI right now. There is nothing in healthcare, in law, in finance, in coding, in logistics, in shipping, in everything will be disrupted. Everything. Let's turn this down. Let's get after it. Everything will be disrupted. Excellent, excellent interview. Highly, highly recommend everybody go watch this video. This is Anthropic. Boris is the co-founder of Claude Code. This is one of the best, and this just happened 20 hours ago. One of the best. This will be the best 25 minutes that you spend today listening to this, okay? Boris breaks down that the future is going to be like we are texting, that's going to be coding. Everyone's going to be coding. Everybody. You're an attorney, you're going to be coding. You're a doctor, you're going to be coding. What are you going to be coding is specific to you. Boris said that the future is going to be a bunch of companies that are, it's going to be a bunch of companies that are essentially run by small individuals that can move faster than major corporations. I was at Oppenheimer Funds. To get a question mark removed on the website took a meeting. Okay, let alone Google, Meta, NVIDIA, Oracle, Intel, AMD. AMD is announcing their earnings. Their stock is up, I think, 74%. Intel doubled their stock year to date. This is a craze. The one thing that's going to hold back the United States is the government. They already talked about, before you release a model, we got to get involved. Okay, that's not what China's doing. China is not doom and gloom. It's funny because OpenAI, so today's build, we're going to be going back into the community. We had a video that got 1,400 views. We got a bunch of new people. People are writing their questions. They're commenting on the video. They're subscribing. So what's their next logical thing? They're going to go and join the community. The first 50 people are free. In perpetuity. Okay? That is the biggest thing that we're going to be working on today is going back to the basics of the community. What does the community look like? We're also going to go into iCharles because that's the top of the funnel when it comes to people going to me personally on my Instagram. We're also going to be bringing in developers. Okay, so developers, people that are interested in actually developing, they will be brought in. How's the music? They'll be brought in, and essentially, this is what they're going to be working on. Like, we're going to connect developers. This is Botenston.com. This is far away the best design that we've had. When someone has an idea, when someone needs an inspiration, I'm a real estate broker in Brooklyn. I run a small Pilates. I'm a freelance designer. I want to make money from it. I have an idea. This generates a window slides out. We're going to connect Open Router today. And then there will be an opportunity for them to submit a brief. How much do I want this website? I want this website. I'm a Pilates instructor. I want a website for $500. I own Chipotle and I need to recruit people. I own a Dunkin' Donuts and I need to make sure that we have an whatever. You have an idea, it generates, thing flies out, it's not connected to Open Router right now. You can then put in your own proposal on whatever it is. Here are the ideas. If you're in marketing, boom. I want a content creator. I'm a startup, boom. I sell real estate, boom. For 8 agents, perfect. Flies out, Then you go into the councils. The councils is something we're also going to be working on. This is connected to OpenRouter. OpenRouter, by and far, is the greatest thing that's happened, okay? Triathlon coach, $250 to $300 a month I had paid for a triathlon coach who was amazing. She was fantastic, but she's not as good as literally data from my Garmin watch when I run, bike, and swim, and she doesn't have my sleep scores and my sleep times and when I woke up and how that affected my training, my HRV, things like that. So that's the triathlon coach. Then Botenston is this. So essentially the council, and this is going to be my whole build. The council has an orchestrator and it just pings it, and each of these have their own markdown file, skill, prompt. And essentially, music is good, maybe 5% less. Yeah, I got Mimo Opio Best China. Really? Huh. How would I use it? Can that be used in dude, by the way, China is gonna just absolutely rock the next 10 years. They're going after European car manufacturers. They are going after robotics. They're going after drones. They're going after electronics. They're going after phones. They're going after AI servers and software for it, open sourced. And someone said something very interesting. Why would XAI buy Cursor? Why would he spend $50 billion, and if he backs out of the deal, $10 billion, he has to pay? So at the very least, Cursor has $10 billion. At the very most, $50 billion. It was very interesting because a story came out today about that. But on the Moonshots podcast, this guy Alex says something very, very interesting, and I never actually considered it, is they bought potentially Cursor because XAI admitted their AI was not good enough, so they scrapped the whole thing recently. They admitted this. Someone on the team admitted this. So that means they potentially brought Cursor in to use maybe the best open source model on their own servers to make their own AI with the Cursor team, or at least the Cursor software. And it's a very interesting combination where you're bringing in open source Chinese models with XAI servers with the Cursor team to essentially be included in the arms race. You know, Apple, I don't know what the hell they're doing. Apple is just, so I don't know why OpenAI is going with phones. I don't know why. It's kind of like, why did Amazon go with phones? No, just stick with what you're good at, okay? Just be in the lane. And it was very interesting too. Claude, was it Claude or somebody scrapped making, actually no, Claude doesn't even have any way to make photos. And they said that it's too data intensive. And when you actually extrapolate that out, let me turn this down. When you extrapolate that out, that means that OpenAI is going after photos right before an IPO. These stupid. We gotta the data centers to the power grid. This is the same thing with cars. You can't run society on battery. It's impossible. No city is set up for this. Like, nobody is set up for this. Everybody is set up for, just want to make sure my camera's on. 7 top European tech CEOs issue competitive wake-up call. This is it. This is the future right here. They're done. Europe is done. You're done. You have no open source. You have Ministral, which is, I think, French. Then you have no servers. You have no manufacturing. You are just essentially a huge amount is built on banking, which obviously is going to still be there. Huge amount is built on tourism and, say, sports and entertainment. But nothing is getting created in the AI world. They have no robotics. They have no open source. They have no servers. The only thing holding back the United States is the United States government. I know they're going to get involved. I understand that people really want some kind of regulation. myself included, so it's not like a complete wild, wild west where people are just crushing United States companies with, all these ways that they can hack into their server and then essentially sell back their data. And it's already happening. Rockstar Games, Jefferies, which is a huge company of investors. The tech gap is what I talked about yesterday. They want us distracted so the local doctor who hates his job doesn't pursue his passion of opening Airbnbs or goes into what he really wants to do, which is his pet idea he's had since he's 12 years old, but his dad forced him to go to Harvard Law or Harvard Med to make a ton of money. FCC says 3 million illegal devices were removed in 6 months. You know who it came from? China. They don't want Chinese manufactured products in the United States. Why? Because they are getting pretty superior. Apple, you made a lot of money, but you haven't invented anything except for, the AirPods? You haven't invented anything since Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs bought you Siri for $200 million in 2012, 2013. One of the first and best AI companies, and he did nothing. Literally did nothing. This is the guy who told me 10 years ago, not personally, but this is the guy that said, there will be something that comes down the road that is going to put tens of millions of people on UBI, Universal Basic Income. There'll be uproar in the streets. People will be pissed off because of the wealth divide, because of the knowledge divide, because they are hopeless and helpless, and they are resistant to AI, to learning AI. They've been trained on old school Prussian education. Sit down, the bell rings, you get up, you go to a new classroom. The bell rings, you get up, you go to a new classroom. The bell rings, you take a test. The test that's old. That's done. I'm going to see my niece this weekend, and I'm going to be like, how many of your friends are using AI? You don't need to go to college. What are you going to college for? Yes, there's, of course, jobs that are part of that. That is essentially law, med, maybe finance because you want to get in the same rooms, MIT, Harvard, Yale. What are you going to college for? Marketing? You don't need that. You can actually build your own marketing school. Hey, I am about to do a 4-year college degree. How are we going to make sure that I don't spend $80,000? AI build this for me. And then you get an AI better than school. Education's done. Colleges are going to close down, or at the very least, come less expensive. The only thing people go to college for is sports in a lot of the cases. They're athletes. And they want to continue their high school sports. But the problem is these schools, NYU, Quinnipiac, Boston, Maryland, Johns Hopkins, nobody can afford these tuitions. Why are you going to debt? No point in going into debt. It's stupid. But this is 100%. Very, very risky, and has nothing to do with the elections. Politicians are so outdated in their thinking, and they're all in a bubble down in Washington, D.C., and they're all just getting money thrown at them from healthcare and oil and energy and tech. That's who they're beholden to, and they have no concept. Not one senator probably has any concept about what's coming down the line. It is going to be a major upheaval. The governments need to get more efficient. They need to bolster their security. They have no idea. They're still in this anti-AI robotics realm when the private sector doesn't care. Why? Because the private sector is funding this. It's not public anymore. Public monies, everything was back in the day. As they said on moonshots, if you wanted the interstate highway to be built, you needed the government. You want to go to the moon, you need government money. You want to, you have a crash in the 1930s. What how do we get the jobs back? Well, let's do some public jobs. Everyone's digging, everyone's beautifying America. That was public money. That was government money. Now, $1 trillion is being thrown around privately. And the only thing that the government cares about is getting reelected. How do you get reelected? You bring up AI as bad. Oh, I'm going to pass this. The private sector is now going to push back. It's going to be very interesting what happens, to be honest. It will be very, very interesting. Ray Dalio, great book called Principles. Heard his company is wild. He essentially, speaking at the Professional Markets podcast, Ray Dalio, he called it the New World Order, which is like, dude, you cannot say that. Minister Olea just released their new dense model's not as bad, but China crushed. Yeah, send it to me on the gram, because the biggest thing at the heart of this is this right here, right there, United States debt. Why? Because what I see coming to get back control of the United States and finance is they will crash the economy. We go, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do. They put us all onto some kind of coin by the Treasury, and now the coin is going to be what everyone uses. And the coin is going to be tied to your eco footprint. You can't travel as much. You got to go to one of these smart cities. I know it sounds crazy, but everything they're going to tie to the environment. They're going to tie it to safety. Have you seen your friend using his car? There was a guy who went viral by faking his car just shut off. It was all fake, and it went viral, and I just saw the video. That's like straight out of iRobot, or whatever that, not iRobot, the one with Tom, whatever, Cruise. That's already, you had a thought crime. You thought something. We know that because Elon implanted something. It's dystopian, but that's why we got to wake up to this. Stop talking about sports. Stop chasing after stupid stuff. Yesterday, I had a good idea on what to build next. So our focuses today are going to be very clear, okay? We have to get the Open Router up and running. We have to make sure, so Open Router, all of these, the Daily Brief, which is essentially all of the biggest stories, the top 5 biggest stories, I have to turn that into automation. The Pivot is essentially going to go into my Mac Whisperer and then synthesize day-to-day what I learned, what I built. This I added in yesterday, the Othello Daily Clipper. Othello is essentially, it's not in the main tab. Othello is essentially the shorts. I want to bring people into a community that are essentially building their own bubble around themselves. I look around New York City, the intelligence gap is going to be it. What's his name on this video? He said it. He builds, I love how people say AI slop. Okay, tell that to the 75%, which I think it's got to be close to 90%, he said his AIs are talking to other AIs within Anthropic through Slack. Okay, he hasn't written code, he said, in a year. The guy who invented Claude Code doesn't even look at code. He said there's going to be things that are on loops. I actually might want to go back and listen to it. It's funny how it's Sequoia that's actually doing this. Try doing the Open Router with Mimo just for fun. Isn't a site-breaking functionality, but it's going to do better. I'm nearing the point of my yearly hibernation. Your yearly hibernation? Listen, I think there's only 3 things that matter in this world. Your health, your relationships, obviously faith. That's obviously the foundation. But then on top of that is the time, where you direct your time. I am not on X. I am not on TikTok. I am not on LinkedIn. I am not on Facebook. I'm not on Instagram. That you have to become a creator. And that's what we're building here. Botenston.com is going to be people who create what other people want that don't know how to build, okay? Someone left a comment yesterday and they said, hey man, love your energy. And I said, let's work together. You know, obviously there's gonna be a vetting process. I'm not just gonna allow anyone in. And then here's the other creators. The other creators are in iCharles. They're gonna be in here. These are the other creators. These are the people who own a business, maybe know a little bit of code or vibe coding, and they're a florist. And they built their own website. They built their own way of tracking customer relationships and who buys what, and then obviously having QR codes for discounts. And then on their website, they offer, hey, listen, if you put this promo code, it's Christmas, and you order this one set of flowers. I'll give you an example. I ordered flowers for my mom for Mother's Day. Was it Mother's Day? It might have been Mother's Day or her birthday. No, it was her birthday. I called up the florist and I was like, hey, it's my mom's birthday. The florist website was terrible. Now I would say, hey, listen, I could build this for free. Give me free flowers. I don't know. On Mother's Day, and by the way, I got to write that down. I almost forgot. Got to get my mom flowers for Mother's Day. Boys, you get your mother the flowers. And then what do you get your father? A lawnmower or something? Ah, yes, you're Australian. It's autumn for me. Oh, your summer hibernation? Oh my gosh. Dude, that's wild. All right. So you want me to go to OpenClaw. Oh, wow. Dude, OpenClaw is still up there. All right. So let's bring this down just in case. Let's go into the workspace. And now let's go into the... You're saying Mimo is... Mimo what? 2.5 Pro? You're saying this? 1 million context window. Holy cow, dude, $1. Dude, $1. Oh, okay, $3. Okay, not open code. Open code? Dude, I am not working with an open code. That is brutal. It was brutal when I did it. All right, let's... Emojis. So I did all the bugs, by the way, and I redid the bugs as well. I redid all the bugs. I actually have a window open already. Let's close this. Okay. All right, let's start working, boys. Let's start working, boys. We need the websites to be working. Let's start with, let's add that back into the window. Let's go over here. Okay, so this is the backend management. This is, actually, you know what? I'm gonna make sure that all of this was done already first. This is, yes. Actually, you know what? I gotta bring in these, specs. You know what? All right, let's run this too. On the iCharles website, the pivot and the daily brief did not fire for today. Do a deep dive onto why that occurred, and we need to put daily brief on automation so it happens every single day without me manually putting in the links. We're going away from that design, and then you are choosing the top 4 to 5 stories and synthesizing it. Ideally, it's from my Perplexity Discover. If you can't, then use the Brave API key. All right, let's send that one out. We got to get the iCharles up and running. And we got to also say on iCharles, the first 50 people who join are free. First 50 people are free. All right, let's add this in here. We have to advertise and make sure that the Stripe API backend understands that on iCharles, when you're joining the community, you get a magic link, but the first 50 members are free. If the person does not, after a reminder email, confirm their email, then delete their account after 7 days, because that might be either spam or someone who's not interested. This needs to be live 50 active members. All right, let's send that one out. And now we got to go into councils. We got to go into councils. I want you to do a deep dive on the councils. We have 5 of them. We need to ensure that all 5 are in working condition with a great orchestrator who essentially is running each of the sub-council members, and that they fire and are not failing. That's very important, that each of them are actually working every single time, all 5 of them. Very important, because we're gonna start using all of them in production immediately. All right, let's fire that out. I wonder if I could connect, I'm not free, I'm worth $50 minimum. I wonder if I could connect Mimo to, is this free or no? It's saying it's not. So if it's not free and I gotta pay for it, why not just use, oh, because of the context window? I want you to look at the open router models and the councils. I don't want you to change anything, but I want you to look at the council Botensten and the council daily brief specifically to find out if we can use different models. You know what? I'm just going to go with Botensten. That's going to be the focus. No, it's not, but I have an API key. How the hell do you have an API key? That's not a curse, right? If I said, what the... Come on. Is that a Vignolson? Oh my gosh, you got to go faster than that. Oh my gosh, a Vignol? Vignol, okay. Yeah, that's a Vignolson. All right, we're going to be working on the Botensten because I want this up and running. I want this up and running. We're specifically going to be looking at Botensten.com and the open router models for what Botensten in the council's area use. The links are going to be below. We're going to need to start firing off working mock-ups today. So how do you use the API key within? All right, so that is open router, Botensten.com, and the councils, Botensten Council. Because look at all those failed. Look at all those failed. We can't have failed. Because what I'm going to do is start approaching my friends who have businesses. And they are actually in here. These are the 3 people I'm going to start approaching. You know, $3,000 to $5,000, and then Charles gets what? % of that? And then the builder gets the remaining. This is how we scale. This is how we scale. People go to iCharles, and this needs to say very clearly, this thing right here, I might move up. I might move this up. This is generated with Botensten.com. And then we got to make sure that the community is up and running because we're getting more people in there. Or at least people inquiring about it. All right. Perplexity Sonar API with your key. All right, good. All right. Huh. I wonder if it used, because I like my Perplexity Discover right now. There's no nonsense news. There's no sports. How do I connect? Let's just ask it. So are you using the actual feed from my own personal Discover on Perplexity? Because I like my feed. I like the news stories. That's very important. It is monumentally one of the hottest days in this freaking phone booth right now. We're pushing through it, boys. I can tell you that. Because White House blocks Anthropic's yeah, exactly. So this is what's going to happen all the time. There's going to be much fighting at the top. A lot of fighting at the top. So I still have to pay for Open Router when it comes to the councils. That's the thing. That's the thing. So essentially they fire here. The window pops out. You know, it's going to be AI slop, but it's going to be like this. It's going to fail because it's not connected to a good enough model. So do you think I can connect it to Mimo and it would be good? While that's happening, I go to this, I refresh this. It's running, so I can see it live. So it intook that. It's thinking about it. I think this is a free model, so that's fine. But then it breaks right when I think it gets to the... So the reading the brief essentially means it goes, it researches it online and says, okay, I want a CRM. What's a really good CRM? What do we need to do to make this a CRM for real estate? It's thinking about it. I'm going to refresh this. So it's still running. See, it failed. It produced something, but it failed. So this will say failed because it passed it on. The orchestrator passed it on. See right here. Oh, because it's free? Intake call failed, parse no text. Okay, that's interesting. So then essentially, this will be obviously better. They then start a proposal. It should have been brought in, it didn't. And it's not gonna take 2 minutes. They submit the proposal. They should get a magic link to then log in to this area. At the same time, that is sent to the iCharles backend projects, which is right here. Obviously, this is poo, but because they brought this in. This is, I was doing demo briefs, but they will be able to see, okay, good. This is what I added in yesterday. So essentially, this, members who are selected are able to view that, and then they go directly to the bid. And then obviously this needs to be updated as well because it's saying what the bid is. Submit your bid on iCharles. No, see, that's a bad, we need to move everything over to Botenstein.com. We got to move everything to Botenstein.com. Okay. All right. I don't know if I want to connect it right now. So essentially it was saying it was 65 cents. Billy Umshis 1509. Hello, everyone. Totally new here, and I'm wondering what exactly is going on. Welcome. We are building two different things. We're building a community of entrepreneurs, business owners, people who want ideas. And then we're building a place where people who are developers can submit themselves to receive projects to build on behalf of probably my clients, or not my clients, on people I know. Like this guy left a YouTube video comment on Friday because that video has now 1,400 views, so people like that video. It has a better background, which then made me think, like, should I even drop money to get an office space, which is, you know, why I'm doing this, so I can afford an office space instead of just a open membership. But in the comment, it said, hey, I'm a developer, I'm in whatever country, and, you know, I think India. And he's like, I have 3 or 4 failed startups, and I really am taking off on this next startup. And I'm like, oh, okay. That would be a guy that would be like, okay, you know what? Someone wants to build something, whatever that is, and they get paid for it. So that's Botenstein.com. But you can be part of the, let's close that out. Could be part of the community. First 50 are free. First 50 are free. Let's refresh this. I'm thinking we got to move that up, but let's get focused on Botenstein.com. Botenstein.com. And connecting this potentially to paid models right now. I don't know if I want to, but I might. And then I need a way to block people who are not me so they're not running up my credit card. That's for sure. All right, so I asked it how it would know my feed on Perplexity. How attached you are to my feed versus the field that feels like mine. It must be, okay. So that is gonna be news that comes in. So let me just screenshot this so they have an idea. Let's go here. Let's make this smaller. All right, perfect. Let's do this. There we go. And then go over here. Here is an example of my feed. It is all revolving around tech, AI, servers, entrepreneurial endeavors, investments into tech. This is the basic of the feed. All right, so now you understand that. This is setting up the first 50 are free. Audit the 5 councils. Let's see what it's saying. So it's still thinking. All right, 2 things we decide before we fire. See, this is the problem. It's $1 a run. Like, I'm not spending $1 for people to be running it. It's obviously using, what is it using? It's using only Sonnet. Boza Council current state for Botenstein. Okay, this needs to be sunset. We are not even talking about this anymore. Get this out of my face. We're not using beta. We've launched. Can we use other models that are less expensive but just as good, including Chinese models? Also, please sunset this URL. We are using and in production at Botenstein.com. Hello, everybody. We are in. Where are you from, diddly umptious? Sunset this URL. I said this in another chat. Yeah, because it's saying 2 things before we decide. Which ideas to queue first? The pipeline costs $1 a run and pulls Sonnet 4.6. Drop. Stick with the elite tier model map or test a cheaper variant. 2 reasonable experiments. Yeah, the problem, oh, I'm not using Gemini Flash. Heck no. How is that still 40 cents? Okay, so the orchestrator, no, we're not using that we need a good orchestrator, but I don't know why it's, okay, here we go. Now it's going DeepSeek, Qwen, GLM, Kimi, Minimax. All right, good. Now we're, listen. Oh my gosh, we're still using beta? Yeah, let's get away from that. It's weird, they introduced this thinking. Like, they need to make that way bigger and bold. And where the / stop thinking is. Here we go, cheaper, but good model recommendations. Here we go. Open router picks, open router top picks. Open router has top picks? Okay. DeepSeek, very strong general reasoning, 25 cents. Okay. Yeah, that's the problem, is that the Qwen, top tier, I didn't know Alibaba owned that. Huh. Okay. GLM, strong for context. All right, here we go. Okay, so this is the new DeepSeek. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with this. Let's just start with an inexpensive model and then start going up from there. We don't need Sonnet. And by the way, Sonnet for design is not good. It's terrible. I used Sonnet a little while ago. It was brutal for design. Okay, so now it's going over. All right, good. All right, boys. Botenstein.com. Why not use Gemma free Yeah, I just did not get good results from Gemma. It just was failing. This is why. All right, boys and girls. Let's. There's probably no girls, so this is why, boys. You come to a website. What is the first thing you do? Let's see, Lovable. Okay, let's go Lovable. You come to Lovable. What is the first thing you do? Oh, there's only one thing I could do. You go to Google. What is the one thing I could do? Oh, okay, right there. Everything else is off. They're in different areas. The middle, that's why I don't think there should be any top navs unless it's to the side, kind of like right here. And it should be nav. So this is the main nav. And then when you click in here, this is the best way to say it. All right, why? I'm gonna connect something up. No, let's go to community. All right, join the community, boys and girls. So this is the main nav. If I want to go to the personal area, this is a sub menu. It's not going to be popping out like it used to. I click here. Here is the sub nav. If I want to go into triathlon, now we're going to the top area. Now we're going into the top area. Main nav, sub nav, sub nav, right here. That is the only way aesthetically users should be going throughout. Is my computer it's not plugged into power. I just noticed that. Wow. That would have been bad, huh? All right. Forgot to do that. All right. This is the most important chat right here. Come on, get me to the bottom. All right, so now it's moving to Chinese models. I think I need to put in a credit card for Open Router. All right, what I need from you to start. This is also connected to Open Router. All right, so it's saying scrape as an upgrade later. Phase 1, build today, runs tomorrow morning. Sonar API, which is Perplexity, plus Brave News, querying a fixed topic. The council picks up 4 to 5, synthesizes, publishes, reliable, no fragility, fires every day. Optional. Build after phase 1 is proven. Headless Chrome scrape of Perplexity yeah, I think phase 1, where it picks it on its own. We want to build it, and then we need to test it. So the first thing you're going to be doing is wiring up Sonar and Brave API into the console, and you're going to need to have an orchestrator between each of the council members. So the orchestrator sees the work as it's passed between council members. So we have a great and successful run every single time. I think that's going to fail. I don't know if that can run on free models. If it can't, then we're just gonna bounce it, because there's only 2 ways that we're going to be making money. It's going to be Boatenston.com, bringing in people who need things built, and then Charles, the main way is to put either, if you're an entrepreneur, to go into the community, or if you're someone who already is an entrepreneur and needs something built, you're pushed to Boatenston.com or to create a brief. So in other words, once you're on the website, you're like, okay, maybe I want to see this guy vibe coding. What is he doing? He's not a real estate agent. I thought he was a real estate agent. Why is he not a real estate agent? It shouldn't be going right into the news. It should be going right into here. So this is a mock-up of this. And by the way, why not use Gemma 3 to get to my main point? When you go to this website, you need to know exactly why you're there. Why, as a user, am I here? Oh, I have an idea. I'm a researcher. I was told by someone who was developed, and I'm referred, and I'm going to Boatenston.com. The proposal must be good. When I generate this, it must be good. Because if it's bad, and I'm fine to pay money. If it's bad, you're done. You bounced. And literally, that's the name of it. You leave the website. And that's what Google, to rank, is what is the bounce rate? What is the bounce rate? They go there and they bounce. What is that rate? In other words, do they click around the website? Do they interact with it? And this is a high bounce rate. I'll give you an example of a high bounce rate. You go here. I want to build a CRM. There we go. Let's copy. Oh, that's interesting. It actually saved it. Wow. That's an interesting feature. It saved what I said from many times ago. So it cookied my computer with what I wanted to build. But the problem was this wasn't activated, so I couldn't actually send it. But watch this. This is where a bounce rate is. I want to build a real estate CRM. Click it. Oh, I got to log in. Bye. That's a bounce. Okay, we need to be unbounceable. I don't know if this is too much. There is a lot going on. I think maybe it should be the top 5. I'm now leaning towards that. The top 5 prompts. So when you click this, it fills it with the prompt. This should be better font right in here as well. And I'm thinking, got an idea, let's build it together. Let's build it together is trash. That's trash. This should be RUA, and then it has like something rotating. I had that down here, but it wasn't really that good. All right, so now let's see what this says. Wow, 5 cents a run. Holy shnikes. We don't curse anymore, boys. We don't curse. We have high discipline. We go to the gym, we eat well, we don't curse. We don't lust. Focused. We're focused. If you make this a paid open router model without register, I know. So what I put in there is a 2. They are cookied for 2, and that's it. Then they're forced to log in or create a brief. They're actually forced to create a brief. So I think they're allowed. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. We don't talk. We do. Where's my credit card? We do. We do. All right. We're connecting it, boys. All bypass, just block cookies. Yeah, I know. Or you could just continuously spin up new VPN. Yeah, I know. That's why I was going to put it behind a password. I know there's going to be a way around it for like, what, 2% of the population? Maybe I could put in a security feature that tracks kind of like the DDoS attack security that we have. All right, let's go in here. Let's go to Open Router. Let's go to credits. I have -5 credits. Use crypto. Wow. That's interesting. Huh. Is crypto, what's going on with crypto? What's everyone's feelings about crypto? I have a very, crypto, I think is one of the dumbest things you could do. Not advice. Not advice, not investment advice. I have no idea what I'm talking about. All right. This isn't on screen, right? Sheesh, you could do card, bank, Google Pay. Oh. Oh, wow. It's hooked up to Stripe. All right. 519. All right. Oh, wasn't even in there. All right. How does it know my... Okay, this is going to be a good run. I know it's going to be a good run. All right, save payment. This is going to be a good run. I'm feeling it. I could send you a good system prompt to place in there. What if you do a system prompt for design into this call? Basically, invisible prompt guidelines that will make design way better. Did I even... Okay, let's add in... Why does it use credit and not just cash? Your credits will be added to your account when it completes. Please check back shortly. Well, that's a terrible user experience. We got credits. So the reason being is I want the council to be deciding this with an orchestrator. I really liked the output when I had councils before this in my old build. I thought councils was personal settings, councils. I thought it was very, very good. I thought it was the girl that turned me on to it, had it where the orchestrator pinged each person. They ran the prompt, came back to the orchestrator, then took that, pinged it out, and it essentially went in a circle. And it came out in the results, because I had this before, was amazing. It was amazing. All right, let's go with hybrid between Claude Sonnet. No, we're just going A. We're doing A. All right, let's go with A. So what would you system prompt? What would the prompt say? All right, councils, triathlon coach, the pivot, daily brief, Othello Clipper. So Othello Clipper is taking in, I'm hesitant on this, but I think it would be a good feature because within these live streams, I do say some things that are of value. The pivot, 0 completed, 5 zombie running. Okay. Triathlon, 75% closing orchestrator failure rate. Daily brief, working. Othello never ran. Botenston. Okay. We need to patch all of those. We need to patch all of those. I need you to have all them up and running and skip Botenston. I'm using that in a other chat. And we need to make sure that we are testing and reviewing on the interface, not just the database, to make sure that I visually can see the results. And you need to understand where each of them will be running. I'll tell you right now, the triathlon council, each of the councils have an orchestrator that's a higher model and checks each of the council members' work before moving on. You either are using each of the council members as a markdown, a prompt, or a skill, whatever you deem is best. And the triathlon is essentially my triathlon coach, which updates based on intervals.icu, which is pulled in from Garmin data, and essentially gives me my training plan for the week. It goes to my calendar, which is in the personal area of the community. It also is visible within the triathlon area within the community under personal. The pivot is about me becoming a vibe coder and building out products after being in real estate for 17 years. And it's based on my Mac Whisperer, which is the conversation I'm having with you. That is on my MacBook Pro. That might be more difficult, but we need to either have it there or see if Obsidian is connected. We worked on that yesterday. What were the other ones? The Daily Brief and Othello Clipper. Okay. The Daily Brief, which I worked on in another chat, was essentially going through Sonar API, which is Perplexity, and Brave API, and using the top 4 to 5 stories of that day, synthesizing it into one post, and goes into the website beautifully. Othello Clipper is using the 4 to 5 hour live streams that we do on YouTube every single day, getting the transcript, which by the time it's done rendering is probably about 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It takes the transcript and then we'll do a 0 to 90 second video of the best areas within that live stream that will provide value to the community. The value would be a hook, value, and then call to action Hook and value are the most important. All right, that was a heck of a prompt right there, boys and girls. Heck of a prompt. I could send you a good system prompt. Oh yeah? Let's go back to here. All right, a good system prompt. I heard you go. All right. Implement this for the Boneston's AI integration design. Ensure it's always injected into every prompt. Front end excellence, color theme. Okay. The layout and spacing. Absolute bands, never do these. Gold should always be declaratively. Glassmore used declaratively. What in the heck does that word mean? Does that mean a lot or very little? And then that should be probably the orchestrator, right? Okay. I love how it brings in ideas. Wow. Those are clean. That's pretty clean right there. Declaratively. Does that mean a lot? Where's my website I was just looking at? All right. Motion and interaction. Yes, we need more motion and interaction. I could actually use this for iCharles. So you're saying if I told someone an AI made this, would they believe me? That's funny. That's funny, dude. So we don't have any AI slop comments? AI slop, bro. Bro, this is AI slop. Okay, then tell that to the 75% of Google coders, you know, who are not, where are we? Where's the chat? Where's the chat, boys? All right, here we go. All right, what was 2 things to note before you fire? The error log showed historical parse failures on the premium tier. So this isn't a tier A risk specifically. There's a baseline reliability issue we should debug separately if it shows up. Tier A models I picked up are open router slugs as early as 2026. If any of them have been removed since that's a good, I should do a daily cron job on that to check if there's newer models. Drop the idea blurbs. Yeah, the blurbs should be better actually. And the prompts should be better. And then if they put in a crappy prompt, then there should be a way that it tries to clarify it. The intake before researching it needs to go back to the user. Drop the idea prompts or blurbs and tell me whether you want them. Yeah, you know what, let's spit that out. The 2 notes that you mentioned is that it's very interesting. Essentially what I would want is either a daily CRON job or even a council built around looking at the models being used in any of the councils and the prompts used in the councils, because obviously the way that documentation and how things are either built, designed, used are going to be continuously updated. Also, the models will be continuously updated. So we need to have a way to give me notice when something needs to be updated, whether it's the open router model being used in any of the councils or the prompts of one of the council members is outdated based on new ways to go about AI. I don't know where to end that one. Let's go with number 2. The tier A models I picked up are open router. Many of them have been renamed, if any of them have been renamed. Yeah, that also has to do with number 2. We also have to consider if someone comes onto the website and has no idea what the heck is going on, and they put in a basic prompt, how we would handle that. Because the intake essentially would say, is this prompt good enough to build out a design? And if it's not, then we have to have the window pop out and then something says a clarifying question or something with the solution in that question. Unless that's a bad user experience, scrap it. Drop the idea blurbs. Also, for the actual prompts, I'm thinking we only do 5 prompts that are below the main hero instead of 10. And pick the top 5 that Lovable says is the top 5 prompt users. So if that is someone who is building a CRM, or someone who's building a website, or someone who, I don't know, you have to do some research on that. And then the prompt buttons must be bigger and the prompt within those buttons must be better. All right. Declaratively as a decoration, not a lot. Oh, I like that. All right. All right, let's go over. So this is thinking. Pivot is making clean progress through the writer step. This is a new feature that they added in. Schedule. And what the guy said from, Boris said from Claude Code, said that there's something called /loop. And essentially he said he has hundreds at each day running loop. He's running hundreds of agents on this loop. And then he has thousands at night. And he said he did 150 PRs in one day. That is wild. That is wild. What you just did is completely redundant. The system prompt accounts for all that. All right. I got you. Gosh, sound like my ex-girlfriend. No, my ex-girlfriend was great. Probably my best ex-girlfriend and my last ex-girlfriend, that's for sure. Because the next person will be my wife. There we go. Send that out. All right, let's move on. This is phase 1 direction. This gives $5. It's 5 citations, 25 candidates reduped, then the council picks up 4 to 5. I think this guy is better. We're running that. All right. So this is the 51st or 50. The first 50 members of iCharles community are completely free. 2 notes worth flagging. I also bundled a pre-existing uncommitted change into a separate commit. I did not author it. Okay, that's fine. The join page has already shows a sibling. Let's try the join page to make sure that it actually works. Because someone tried to join yesterday and it did not. All right, let's go to iCharles.com, log in. We're doing a little Cloudflare verification. Good. I am a human. Don't worry about it. Magic link. Let's send it to this email. Actually, I should send it to the... What is my email in the inbox? Let's go here. Let's go personal. Let's go inbox. Let's bring this down. All right, what is this email? I think this is... Wow, it actually does not show. Well, that's good. And it's using Open Router free. Oh, wow, look at this. Look at this. I like it. There's a guardrail. Someone tried to, or not someone, but the system. I put in a prompt injection within my email inbox and it caught it. I didn't even notice that before, but I think we'll send it here and see if it picks it up. Looks like you're new here. Finish sign up here. The first 50 members get free access. I don't know. Charles. Test. Oh, wow. Okay, good. I was going to say, all right, let's see if it sent me an email. That'd be sick. Let's see if it sent me an email. All right, let's go to email. Open router receipt. All right, so I paid for that. Let's go here. All right. Verify. Verify your account. Wow. Wow. This is good. This is good. Wow. Okay. All right, so it should be good. 50 first, the first 50 are in. First 50 are free. Where on the iCharles.com website can we advertise how many slots are left, saying also that 50 members, the first 50 members are free, and then it shows how many are left. And then there has to be a call to action to join the community. In other words, wherever there is that join community, obviously it's not in the menu, but it's somewhere on the homepage. All right, let's go over there, send that out. Subtract, oh crap, I put it into the wrong chat. This should go into this chat. Skip my last prompt, and I want you to tell me if there's anything left within the original prompt and what you did that's needed, or I can close you down. That was making sure that, okay, now it's doing, okay, so it did pivot. It's doing all the councils. Let's see if the councils are actually working. Let's see if the councils are actually working. Let's go up here. Why is this a thing? Let's go to personal, settings, terrible user experience. Running right now. Pivot, approved. Okay. Daily brief. I think that's next. 25 minutes ago, one run. Okay. It approved something. All right, let's open this. Let's see what it approved. No prototype published yet. Okay, so it didn't approve that. Okay, we got to put that into the window. This is for the pivot. Oh, because it's running right now, but it says approved. It says approved. That's weird. Pivot is live on Pivot. Let's see if it actually produced anything. Let's go to iCharles, hard refresh. Let's go to the Pivot. Free tier AI Council pipeline build 6-member workflow in 35 minutes. All right, this is brutal. This is brutal. Free tier AI Council builds. Yeah, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I might just connect that to my journal. I do a video journal. I might just connect it there. Because that, I don't know if I want to expose so much of that. That was not, so the pivot worked, but it didn't. Now the triathlon coach, so that's actually firing in the background. Let's go to settings. Let's go to councils. Okay, so that's working right now. That's running. Where are you right now? So you had the sleep, then it passed through the sleep to the orchestrator. The swim, sleep was at 92%. Okay, so it's using all free models, which is good. Yeah, I don't think I need to update the triathlon coach. I think I can go for free models on that. The pivot, I think, is all free models too. Let's see what it used. Yep. Okay. So that used all free models. Now let's bring up the chat to... Okay, so this is 1,300. Wow, you gotta be kidding me. All right, what's wired? New prompts. Implemented, pinned to the parallax design. Token cost, 1,300 tokens times 8 members on Tier A DeepSeek Quen GLM. That's 5 cents added per run, negligible. On premium tier, it would have been, oh, okay, small. One subtlety to flag, the parallax prompt opens with context is mandatory. If you do not have this, ask for it immediately using the teach process. This instruction calls on how the interactive teach loop. Open to watch a single test run to see if the parallax, okay. All right, boys, you're gonna watch it live. You're gonna watch it live. It didn't take away, there's too many down here. I need the top 5. It should be, I have a startup. I'm a content creator. What are the other ones? What would be the top 5? Let's go into Google. I'm creating a website that is very similar to Lovable. .dev. Is it lovable.dev? Whoops. Oh, I put it in there. Lovable. Yep. Okay. Let's go like that. I'm creating a website that's very close to this. I got to update that. I tested Parallax Prompt it on Gemini. There was, really? On Gemma? Is that free? I'm shocked, to be honest. Gemma what? Let's go open router. Open router. Let's go to what'd you use for, did you use A4B or 31B? 31B is a low model, I think. I think I had 31B locally. What'd you use for that? I think I'm using, how crazy is that? A free model. It was released. Oh, okay, about a month ago. Yeah, so it's the first one. Is it 26B or 31B? I think 31B I had locally, and it was trash. It was trash. I didn't like it at all. I also want to go in here. I need you to provide me deep research on the top 5 pieces of software that people are creating. Would it be websites, CRM, content creator? You tell me the top 5 prompts I should have as triggers so people who are looking to get their software created will be able to see who they are as a prompt. So in other words, I am a content creator. I need a website, something like that. Try the first one. All right. Dude, if we went on, I think we tried it and it was failing. Oh, I think it was failing. Here we go. Client portals. Internal admin dashboards. AI SaaS prototypes. Booking, scheduling apps, community director sites. Those are very, okay, this is a better prompt. What if it was someone who doesn't actually want to build something themselves, but have someone else build it for them? Like a developer. I think YouTube just called. We're into the double digits. All right, send it, bro. All right, I'm gonna say, who are the top 5 people who want something built for them, and they have no time to build it themselves? Non-tech CEO, corporate lead, the corporate. You know who we can target is people who are in corporate. That's interesting. I never thought of that. Yeah, no, these are bad examples. I think I might just go to Claude. Because this is where they would bounce. Use Google's AI ask for conceptual. This is running like Gemini. Okay. What I am building on my website is to have a user come to my website. They either don't have an idea or they do have an idea of software that they want built. They are not going to be the ones that are actually building it. They're the ones that are having a mock-up built, and then they can start a proposal to be sent over to where developers will continue that into production. There's really 3 types of users now that I'm thinking about it. The first one would be someone who has no idea what they want to do, but they just know they want to get involved in having a product created for them, a software created for them, whether it's a website or something like that. The second user would be people who already have an existing idea but don't know, or an existing business. Maybe they're an entrepreneur, or content creator, and they heard AI is good, AI building, AI coding is good, and they are prompting to get a proposal. And the third are people who are in corporate businesses and they want to leave their corporate job and they don't know how, and they don't know what to build. Again, it comes down to those 3 users, but there's only 2 areas. I have an idea and I don't have an idea. I don't think we need Opus 4.7 for this. Why is this important and why am I going crazy about it? Is because I have to relate the website to people. I have to relate. I am a coach is not, that's maybe, I don't think so. I own a restaurant. Restaurant owners aren't going here. We're proactively going after restaurant owners. I plan events. No. Maybe. My sister does that. Maybe. I run an agency, they wouldn't be here. I teach online, maybe, maybe not. A photographer probably wouldn't be here. Real estate agent, maybe they would be here, but there's not enough. I'm a content creator, probably might be here. I'm in marketing, they wouldn't be here. All right, let's see what they said. Okay, here, wow. Dude, what? This is, I haven't used Claude in, like Claude Chat in a while. This is amazing. This is amazing. That's brilliant. I have an idea, mock-up personal. Here's the insights. You've discovered 3 types, yes. Now we're gonna have 5 prompts that will need to trigger the top 5 people that will probably land on this website. Let's go with that. Essentially, it will be like lovable.dev, except they're not going to be the ones that are hosting or working through building it. It will be someone who has a need, and we will have the solution to their need, and their need is software or something like a website, CRM, things like that. Who are the top 5? All right, let's go. Let's send that out. All right, let's go back over here. Let's see what the councils are doing. All right, so we have 5 councils. Oh, here we go. Diagnosis. Nemotron is a failure point. 3 of the 4 Nemotron calls in this run failed. Okay, so it's upgrading to GBT. Swapped it. Dude, I can't believe it's free. We're using their servers for free. Like, imagine there was nothing free. Would everything just be open source Chinese models? You know, most of their stuff is open source anyway. I didn't even get through all the news stories too. Like, these are the 3 layers. People at the top who are running everything, the robotics, the software, the servers, they're all throwing money around at each other. The middle tier are people who are in corporate, government, public, private sectors who are completely oblivion to what's going on. And then we have us at the bottom who are literally going to be on a tail. We are the ends. You have the early adopters, and then you have everyone. And then before it gets to mass, which will probably be, I don't know, 2028, 2029, because we have to literally move the needle where it's like Boris said, the founder of Claude Code, it's like texting. That's essentially what it is. All right, I think we should just test it out before I even... Solopreneur, content creator, mid-market ops, local service, corporate. I like those. I like those. Do you own a... Okay. That's a lot of money though. 27 cents per run. I know that it was failing on free models. Let's do a test run. Actually, I'm just gonna test it. Just send it, brah. Just send it. Let's go with I Sell Real Estate. A real estate CRM that tracks leads from open houses and follows up for 8 agents. Let's see what it does, boys. We take action. We don't sit back. All right, so that's gonna get, wait a minute. Did that already, no, that was from another one. Did it just fail? All right, we gotta clean it up. All right, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold, please. Potenston's running. Wow, that went way too, oh crap, it's using Sonnet. Press outside. Dude, what? You didn't wire up Quen? The council members are using Sonnet, okay? What are we doing here? We had a plan of Chinese models that were less expensive, but just as capable. The council looks like it's all running on 4.6. Oh my gosh. There we go. There we go. That's how we do it. We run it. And then... I just lost the screenshot. All right, let's go. Running. Well, let's refresh it, actually. Let's see if it's further down. Okay, so it passed there. It should show up. So at least we'll have some semblance. Did it not wire it? Were we still in planning mode? Were we still in planning mode, or did you not implement what we planned out? I need a better thing than how slow this is. See screenshot. Someone please tell me a better dictation tool that actually saves everything too. Mac Whisper is way too slow for me, and I don't want to pay for it. Do we just build it? Do I just build it? Do I just use Obsidian and save it and just build it? Because Mac Whisper is way too slow. I know the bridge mine guy, he's got it dictating it back. Yeah. Did you test the system prompt thingy? I did put it into here. All right. This failed to give me, okay. Continue. Handy on GitHub. Does it save everything? Because that's what I want. I want everything saved. You get a Whisper turbo mode. Is it really? It's better than Whisper? Wow. All right, we're installing that now. We just take action, boys. There's no sitting back. We have the jersey on. We have the jersey on, and we just take action. Once I get frustrated, I'm either building it, I know I've said it before, but the bridge mine guy had 2 snags that we handled. Like, he's still using Discord for intake. He has thousands of members, and he's still using Discord for bugs. It's like, bro, you got to build a bug report, kind of like what we have. Sup, Chuck? What's going on, Quigago? It does. You can define this in handy settings. Okay, good. There we go. And then we're just going to dump Mac Whisper. And then instead of building a bug report thingy that we have, that's amazing, and it copies the screenshot, the header, all the text, the links, all the URLs, he's literally copying for Discord. I'm like, bro, build that out, my boy. Build that out. And then he said, when on renewals, on refunds, he has it going to a Hermes agent that's hooked up to an email that then reads the email, searches for the email, and then goes into Stripe. And I'm like, bro, just have an unsubscribe button. Just unsubscribe button that's wired to Stripe. It's I'm the ideas guy. All right, handy on Gib. Yeah, you know what? Let me, before I do that, I just want to make sure I'm pulling in the right one. All right, let's go to Google. Is Google the best one, or should I go to Perplexity? Perplexity, by the way, Perplexity tripled their revenue. So don't hate the player, hate the game. I like it, but their Comet, it's like, I was running like 24 gigs having Comet open. It is not a lightweight browser at all. All right, which one is it? Are you looking for the speech-to-text tool specifically? Yes. I like that feature. That's a nice feature. Is it this? Yeah, looks like it. 21. Free open source extensive speech-to-text that works completely offline. Perplexity or actual Gemini? Actual Gemini? Gemini? Oh! What? Hello? Yeah. Yeah, you're getting replaced. I didn't know that was... I thought that was using Gemini. Wow. There's my sunsetted BPI, man, right there. Wow. I spent 17 years building that thing up. And then I noticed that the world is going to a hell in a handbasket unless you actually get on top of AI. All right. Let's install this. What do they say? Why handy, how it works, quick install. Here we go. Download. Let's go like this. Hold on, where is it? Install the application, launch the handy and grid. Configure the, start describing. All right. Oh, I just heard somebody DM. Let's go like that. Let's get this installed. Let's get that installed. Get out of here, Mac Whisperer. Though I want, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna open a new window. Nope, a new window. And I want to take the Mac Whisperer because I don't want to, how is my freaking Osmo at 10%. Their battery sucks. So what am I going to use? What am I going to use? What tool do I have to like set up a microphone that has powered on already at all times? All right. This needs to be local. All right, and then we got to go back and fix Botenston.com. I need you to find on my Mac Pro, the Mac Whisperer should have a log of everything that I said. And I want you to find that and move that to, or copy it to my desktop, because I want to have a history of everything that I've said in this before I move on to another application. All right. Whisper Turbo. I personally, okay, what? So you just told me to download Handy, and I personally Cohere, because it understands programming lingo better. Cohere model or Whisper Turbo. Oh. Once you download it. Okay. Thought you were telling me to do something else. I was like, brah. All right. Let's see what this fella's saying. All right. So this ran on Sonnet. Blew through my tokens. All right. Let's see. Not committed yet. I've scheduled a wake up in 3 minutes to check the completion. All right, let's see if this actually completed. Let's refresh. Running. Let's see if a mock-up. All right, I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I know people are like, oh, that's AI slop. That's disgusting. Oh, I just got diseases from that AI slop. Bro, it's called an MVP, bro. Okay? It's an MVP. Minimal viable product. Now we have something to work with. Okay? Minimal viable product. Now obviously this needs to be updated, and it's still running. Maybe it's polish. It's pending. The polish is pending. Everyone's that's getting all crazy. Sent you a prompt on iCharles. Dude, if the polish polishes this up, oh boy. See, it's actually decent now. It doesn't even look like AI slop. Dude, this is what I'm saying. Oh, we got pop-up buttons, pop-up modals, features. So this is something very important. Before version 0, each of these menu options linked to a new page. And the problem is now we're burning through a lot of tokens because now we're creating multiple pages. So you know what I said? You don't want them to bounce. And it's the same thing that I did for iCharles. If I go to triathlon, I go within the page, which is actually not there. If I go to faith, I go to the faith. If I go to charity, I go to the charity. I'm not bouncing. The reason being is once you're here, then you can still scroll. Whoever thought of this is brilliant. They probably said, how can I have people not bounce? Welcome back. So that's probably a cookie right there. I need people to not bounce. So I said put 50, okay, first 50 are free, 39 spots left. Okay, that's not good right there. We don't need two pills right next to each other. All right, let's see if the council stopped. All right, let's do a hard refresh. It's still running. Wow. By the way, this is what I'm looking at. My face might be in the middle of it. There we go. So it's still running, it's pending. The polish is pending. Dude, if this thing pop up, so that was the thing is I need to keep them on the page. Because Google is gonna bing us. Dude, imagine if I set up SEO. Oh, that's a good idea. SEO on projects. Is that stupid? Is that stupid? Because each of these that I build will be reload. Okay, so workflow. Okay. Get it, girl. Yep. That's how we do it, boys. That's how we do it, boys. All right, let's see if the polish is done. Approved. A single page. If you're not doing AI, if you're not building, if you are not, I will say it, I gotta update my lowercase creator. Lowercase creator. Become a creator. Lowercase creator. Approved. A single page real estate CRM landing page for Houseline, complete with a hero mock browser, 3-step workflow, 6-cell feature grid, full panel app preview with lead feed and activity timeline. That's sick. Oh, for the visual, it used GPT-4o. So now what I could do, boys and girls, it used Sonnet for everything else, which obviously not what the doctor ordered. Oh, look at that. Feedback. The vibe description is too generic. Replace clean professional calm with 3 concrete unexpected objectives. Was that the same prompt? All right. Are we just running this now? Oh. Now it's using the Chinese models. You see this? 18 people. Are you seeing this? This was Sonnet. Oh my gosh, dude. Now I could see, I'm getting chills. I can now see the difference between, like this video, by the way, I never say it. So this is Sonnet, perfectly working, goes throughout the website, perfectly working. And now we're gonna go to Chinese models. This is running a lot faster, by the way. It's running a lot faster. That went to stage 10 very quickly. The polish looks like it wasn't good though. I like this. I like the approved. So this is the feedback system by me. It should be also the feedback system by the person. See, that's why it didn't launch. That's why this didn't show up, because the URL right here, see the URL? It's not the same URL. There's a P there. There's a P. Okay, now this is exciting, boys. This is exciting, boys. Okay, it's still running. It did skip steps though. Why is the coder 13? The coder should not be 13. The coder should not be 13. The coder is 7. See, that's the difference. The orchestrator might be in chaos right now. The orchestrator, yeah, he's in chaos right now. He sent it back. Then he approved it. So intake, structured the real estate CRM with a concrete audience and measurable success actions. Then look at that. That's the difference right there, boys. The confidence level was 50% throughout the entire build. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is leave these live. And do you think I should leave them live? I don't know if I should leave them live. Should I add in, what's GEO? I thought it was AEO. What's GEO? I thought it was AEO. Answer engine optimization. What is GEO? 50% was on Claude as well. Maybe the increased confidence threshold. No, it wasn't. It wasn't 50%. I beg to differ. Oh, crap. I almost said the S word. You're right. Okay, so it rated an 8. Yeah, you're right. But once it got to the, see, this is the difference. It actually went in the same order. I think the models here, each of them have to be good enough. So the orchestrator is not, let's go to duplicate because I want to see, it's still running. Yeah. Yeah, something is up with the Chinese models. I guess DeepSeek isn't good enough. Yeah, Quen, let's see what Quen did. All right, so the researcher, even the orchestrator is at 50%. We gotta get back into chat. We've got a lot on this. We have a lot of information. This was very, very successful. As Elon Musk says, I learn more when the rockets don't land. He probably never said that, but I've heard interviews where he said something. Has Elon Musk ever said, I get more information when rockets do not land or something similar? Yeah, this pause of 2 to 3 seconds after every time I prompt it. Okay, what? Did Gemini just not work? Did Gemini just not work? Is this not? Okay. Is this not what Gemini does? Okay. Well, screw you then. Screw you. I don't want to be friends with you anyway. All right, what'd you say? Told you need to increase the threshold to at least 80% and make it self-iterate until that confidence level is reached. Gosh, you're telling me a lot today. Man. Get back to work, Charles. All right, Sonnet baseline. You now have a real A/B test comparison. Oh, all right, there we go. Let's increase the confidence level. Now do the screenshots. Boris, thank you for all of your information. You are getting, all right, let's go to screenshots now. This is, you know what? Even at the end, let's see, did it? Yeah, I think it's still running. Let's review. It's still running. But we do have a mock-up. Real estate lead. Okay. Yeah. We got to update the models. If we're going Chinese, we got to update the models. This is taking a lot longer. It's failing. Obviously, I understand. We got to update it to 80%, but it's even failing at 50%. And I know it's going to self-reiterate, like you said, but it's still sending it. Oh, now it's sending it back. This is in chaos right now. Because the orchestrator for 8 is sending it back. We don't even know what 8 is. Visual feedback. It violates the anti-slop rules. All right, you know what? Let's go. We got to update these models. We can't, because you're now on step 15. All right, let's send that back. I do like what it did in the review when it was done. Okay, we got a bunch of things actually we got to send over. We got to send over both screenshots. Let's screenshot this. I like this little message that it gave me as well. This is going to be a really good council. I already know it, boys. I already know it. It's going to be a very, very good council. And we got to do this. All right, let's send that in there. And then we got to give the actual, so this is the Chinese model, still not doing anything. And then let's bounce the bookmark. Let's take this out. Increase the threshold to at least 80%, make it self-reiterate. Okay. So very good testing. We need to update or upgrade the Chinese models based on the logs that you have access to. You can see the screenshots between the Sonnet and the Chinese models. Obviously, there was some confusion in what the orchestrator was doing. What we need to do, as I said above, is we need to continuously self-iterate until we hit 80%. Let's make sure that we didn't put 90 in there. Then it could pass on. As you can see from the screenshot, it kept on going down the line, and then it moved into chaos, and then it never created anything. I also want you to look into the mock-up screenshot. As you can see from the URL, it is botenstein.com/p/the URL. I think what you're doing is botenstein.com/URL. That's why the mock-up screenshot did not load. That's also in the screenshots. I like where we've gone thus far. Now we need to 10x what we've done from here to make it even better. All right. That's big. That's big, boys. Whoa. That's going to be big. If we could get that thing humming, now we got a prototype. All right. So this apparently launched. Let's go here. Let's go down here. Applications, handy. I don't see it. Launch handy from applications. I do not see handy in my applications. All right. So that's going out. All right, let's go to audit 5 councils. Oh yeah, and then I was actually moving onto my desktop the Whisperer. Done. All right, so this should have been moved to my desktop. It's called Mac Whisperer. Hello, this is crazy. I can't believe. Wow. Holy crap. Dude, look at this. Look at this. This is all I've spoken up until right now. Wow. Well, until I get, that's crazy. You know what we could turn that into? We could turn that into a progress over time visual, where you essentially have a journal entry of progress. That's what I want. So 10 years from now, you can be like, holy cow, look how far we've gone. 15 years, look at where we start. Imagine all of Steve Jobs, all of his words were recorded when he was building Apple. Like, that would be wild. Granted, he also was a pretty hard manager. You ever read about Steve Jobs, that guy, dude, Steve Wozniak is an angel to be with Steve Jobs. And to deal with Steve Jobs, imagine how many yelling sessions there were. Ugh. If you're new here, tell us where you're from, what you're up to, how are you doing, where are you from? Handy history is better, not only text saved, but audio saved too? What? That's wild. That's wild. Wow. All right. I'm sorry, Boris. We got to minimize you and we got to... All right. So this right chat is the most important chat right now. That is improving the botenstein.com area. We did 2 runs, Chinese model, failed miserably, kicking and screaming, still running. We probably have to kill it. Oh yeah, we're not burning through tokens. We are not burning through tokens. We got to kill this. All right, let's go. Let's go here. Open router, council, Botenstein. There has to be a kill switch on here. Okay, so this is committing right here. Yeah. There is also the Chinese models are still going. It's on 18. Right now, we need 2 things installed. I need you to kill that open router API calls. Number 1. Number 2 is there needs to be a kill it switch that is enforced on the pop out button, pop out window called kill run. All right, here we go. Let's send that out so we don't burn through tokens. Let's go over here while we read this. All right, let's see. Tier A run, that was in the flight where you screenshotted the old run. Okay, one trade-off is that you're now signed up for hard fall semantics. Cheat models that genuinely can't reach 80% will produce failed runs instead of degraded outputs. That's the right call. Hold on, what? That's not the right call. Failed runs instead of degraded outputs. Why would you want a failed run? We don't want a failed run. One trade-off is that you are now signed up for with hard fail semantics. Cheap models that genuinely can't reach 80% will fail. All right, let's do this. Are we on, let's make this a little bit bigger. There we go. A little bit bigger. So everybody, the whole, way too big. Is that what it jumps to? Sheesh, that's like, went from like 12 to 15 font size. And now I have to go all the way to the bottom. Okay, let's get the whole class involved. We'll move it over there so you can see everything. Okay, for the 10 times ask, no, we're not done. We're not done there. I just gave you 2 great screenshots. Okay, that's the right call, Charles. Would rather get nothing than slop, but expect the failure rate on tier 1 to appear to climb until cheat models start emitting honest confidence scores. We'll see in the next 5 runs whether the prompt instruction is enough. For the 10x ask, the highest leverage next moves per roll escalation when tier A fails twice in a row. Yes. Auto promote that single roll to Sonnet. I like that idea, actually. That's, why are they defaulting to Sonnet? What you making, buddy? Handy history is better. What we're making is the future. Now, there's a lot of people. It's a good time to pause. We probably have some new first-time caller, long-time listeners. Okay. It's a good time to pause and reset my brain. We are essentially building an area that people who are not, say, comfortable with AI, they go to botenstein.com. They say, I heard this AI thing. I heard about this thing. What is this thing? They go in here, maybe they're an entrepreneur, they own a florist, they're a real estate agent, they are a fitness trainer, they're a dietitian, they take clients, they have a CRM, they send out emails, but they are relying on 40 different systems. And what we're gonna do is build out for them, connecting them to a developer who's vetted. And I have a lot of entrepreneurs that I can ping literally immediately. I could pound 20 DMs, 20 Instagram DMs to people. They fill it out, a window pops out. Right now, what happened was, this was Chinese models. It didn't build anything. This was Sonnet. Obviously, it's not, like 40 weeks of vibe coding, but it built this within 5 minutes. And it works. And it would be like, oh, wow, crap. I could actually have my own website, and then it says start a proposal, and then they would start a proposal, and they would say, I want a custom CRM for my law firm. What kind of it's this? Here's my budget. Here's my timeline. How to reach you. And then they submit the proposal to our community members who are vetted. But right now, what we're working on is why and how to get the AI up to speed. I don't think we need to steward the council. The auditor I designed earlier runs weekly. Flags model, okay. Hero chip redesign, still queued from earlier 5. Okay, yeah, we're not up to that. Let's go with, we need to have 5 successful runs before we 10x. So what is the model and cycle that you recommend that we do so it self-reiterates the orchestrator is in full control before moving on to next steps? And then you said you DM me something. Let's make this bigger. Bigger? All right, let's go into DMs. All right, what'd you DM me? This is the vibe coding community. Important, MVP, thinking doctrine. The dynamic briefing tool in Botenston should be sandboxed and isolated. Why? Because of potential prompt injections. All right. What is this? You built that on Gemma? Yeah, but was that one prompt? That's the question. That's the question. Did you build that in one prompt? Yeah, I like that. Use Obsidian, then get the Carpathy LLM and create my wiki knowledge base. In one prompt, in... Yeah, but how are you actually one prompting that? That's the thing. Fishing with C4. Dude, that's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, so with Carpathy though, I'm using OpenRouter, I'm not using local models. But there has to be a way of what you're saying. There has to be a self-learning. Obsidian could be a good idea. But I'm not training my own models. I'm assuming you can't train someone else's models either. You know, like, unless it's on a Parallax Skill Plus, what I want to do basically. Yeah, but how would Gemma, dude, that would be insane. Unless we literally just do one prompt instead of a council. Maybe that's where we go. The LLM wiki, yeah. Vector DB with embeddings from previous sessions. The Salinator is back. He wrote a nice comment on my last YouTube video. What a kind gentleman. If it's from one prompt, then we could potentially go to one prompt. Oh, it actually had an extra page. They added in pages. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Unless we go to one prompt and we go away from the council. Because there is an area, let's close out of here. Let's keep that, close out of there, close out of there, close out of there. Handy, which I don't even know if that was installed properly. That's interesting. Let's just send that. Okay, so now it's adding in into a sandbox area. So this needs to be sort of what you're talking about. I don't want to give it, because say you're having like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Now we're like racking it up. Should we just do one prompt? I think that's it. The council might be too, it sounds good in theory. Let's explore the idea of potentially, well, the thing is, we're going to have so many different ideas. And it might not be, like, one could be a website, one could be a back end, one could be a admin, one could be booking, one could be an event, one could be a QR, you know, one could be short links. One could be an app, like an iPhone app. I don't know. Unless we just say websites. Yeah. It's just websites. Or it's just software, I should say. Software for websites or something like that. Software for browsers. That's the only way. Because on here it says app. On the making a we don't prototype. Okay. Budget should be better as well. Yeah. Okay. That's the question. Right now, it's probably putting it into a sandbox, which is good. Thank you for that. Handy is running. It should appear in your menu. Oh, shoot. I installed it on my Mac. Oh, crap. Yeah, I accidentally installed this on my Mac Studio, which I'm SSH'd into. Can I still use it from there? Can you open it? No, you can't. But the thing is, that's where I would want every single day my conversations to be looked at. And then either add it to Obsidian or... So the way Obsidian, I'm using it right now, is all the users' actions are getting recorded, and then they're truly going to have a For You page into the future. Obviously not right now because there's not enough users, there's not enough actions. But when someone goes there and they're interested in design is going to show up on their For You page. The videos are going to be tailored to people who like design, or they're an entrepreneur in Nebraska, you know? Or does this have to be local on my Mac Pro, which is a dumb question. Obviously it has to be on my Mac Pro. All right, let's go with that. Let's see what this one was about. Kill the API. All right, let's make sure that that was killed because that was racking up tokens out of the gazoo. Canceled. All right, good. That might have been another cancel, but I don't care. All right, let's go over here. You're done. Let's clean this up. Let's clean this up. All right, all 5 are working. And now it's saying to get the, essentially after every live, I want to take my live, put it through Opus style, Opus clipping style, and then put that into Othello. Vector dbed. What about an agent chain instead of an orchestration team? He has this, naming it just janky a bit. Yeah. So essentially this is the team. The orchestrator is, the intake obviously is not the orchestrator. Intake, orchestrator to the research. Okay, what is the best way to do a CRM? Then it says, what is the spec? Then it codes it. Then it wires it from the code to an interface. Then there does a visual pass, polishes it. And obviously this is more of a circle rather than a down the line, but it's parallel, not sequential, like 3 main AIs that spawn sub-agents sending it to the next team. It's parallel, not sequential. Like 3 main AIs that spawn. So they're all, yeah, but don't you need to have a researcher before you give it to the spec, before you give it to the coder, before you give it to the wire, before you give it to the visual, before you give it to the polish? I almost think it's sequential, then parallel. All right, let's see if this actually Let's see if it gave me what's left for the sandbox. All right, quick wins. All right, quick win is profile that confines. Okay, let's do the sandbox. Let's run that. Might pick option 1. Okay, state of the play. Sonnet. Kill switch. 80%. 5 retries plus hard fail. All right, so let's see if the kill switch is in there. I don't see it. Refresh. Okay. Do what's needed for the sandbox as well as I don't see the kill switch. And I'm going to... Do you think the best way to do this is a better orchestrator or parallel agents, parallel sub-agents? Because having multiple pages, that was nice. But I also could see in one prompt, a dedicated prompt. Maybe it's research, but that's the spec. That's the spec. The spec is the prompt. So it takes the intake, goes on a research, then dials up the spec. The spec is the prompt, and then builds. But it's building, obviously, could be much better. Okay, so I installed it on my Mac Studio. Where does it say? No. See, this thinking, where it ends the thinking, that needs to be bold. That needs to be bold. I don't want to look at your thinking. Think in the background. No, Handy is useless on a remote. Yep. Even if I open it in the studio, yeah, exactly. Install it on your Mac Pro. Yes, do that now. I wasn't even thinking about that being installed. All right, now we got to make sure the AI clipper, that thing is going to be token heavy. I might not even launch that. That is going to be token heavy. It essentially takes my 4-hour live stream and gives, that's when we have paying members. We're going to sunset that. So the daily brief, let's see what this looks like. Let's go to iCharles. We need a sandbox. All right, let's look what the daily brief did. It didn't do anything. Hard refresh. Okay, so the daily brief probably did not run. The pivot, triathlon coach. Well, the triathlon coach actually worked, so that one's good. The pivot, I'm thinking we sunset one of these. We sunset one of these. I think we sunset the daily brief. We put it as legacy. I don't think we need it. I don't think we need it. We need people that are joining the community. Unless, yeah, that's like, we would have to drop that. Okay, so this was from yesterday. It's also, the font isn't good as well. Font is terrible. May 2nd, May 3rd. Today's May 5th. Okay, so that's a lie. Let's see what this did. No image. Okay. Yeah, because that's just taken away. Yeah, we're going to sunset that. That's just taken away my... What we're going to do is remove the daily brief. We're going to sunset that from now. So take it out of the menu, take it out of the home page, and turn off the CRON job for that. And also review the pivot. I think it was way too technical. It needs to be non-technical, to the point. If you think that is also worthless, then we will remove that from the menu option and the home page as well. Yeah, we need to focus. We need to focus, boys. More people are tuning in. We got up to 18 today. We need to focus. Are you installing this on my local Mac Pro? All right. Let's take that away. All right, let's focus. Let's focus. Let's focus. All right, good. So that's gone. All right. That's going to be gone. This is going to, the two areas, the community and entrepreneurs who want something built for them. That's it. And obviously, people coming in. You can't access your local map by now. That's what I was going to, let's clear that for something else. Let's go here. Oh, nope, we don't. What the heck is a dictionary doing open? We don't use dictionaries around here. We don't use that. Let's see the VS Code. Where's the other one? Here it is. This is local. Oh, crap. I shouldn't have cleared it. All right, let's go to... Where is the... Oh, here we go. All right, let's go up here and copy this. And now bring you over to here. You're local. You're local. All right. Your sharing install for Handy. Worth noting versus your free, open source, fully local, simpler. Push to talk dictation in any app. I want you to remove that text file, update it with anything that has come through since, then download Handy. We are going to be using that. Okay. Let's fire that out. All right, here we go. Sequenced plan. Ugh. I want you to build something beautiful. Architecture better orchestrated versus parallel agents. Here we go. Both. But in this order, an answer matters less than you'd think. The current pipeline is linear. Okay. Okay, no. That's what I told it to do. That's what I told it to do. That's not me. A better orchestrator gets you 20% gain. Here's why. The orchestrator is fundamentally a judge. Judges have a irreducible accuracy. You can't be dumb if you're in Opus 7. I don't even know what irreducibly means, but I'm assuming that means I just had the dictionary open. You can make the judge smarter. No, we're not going to Opus 4.7. I know you're probably wanting to do that because I'm in Opus servers, but we're not going to Opus 4.7. Parallel subagents. Best of N gets you 60 to 80% gain on the critical rolls. Wow. Why is this a thing? Dropping knowledge. Well, this is what Boris said on his interview. He's like, I have hundreds of parallel agents running at any time. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so this is the models. This is the models it recommends. This is the models it recommends. Intake, review, researcher. Intake, then it reviews. The researcher, okay. The coder is Sonnet. I'm fine with that. Coder B is Quen. Are you saying that 3 candidates in parallel? Wow. All right, that's, what are we building, a spaceship here? 3 coders? You think my free users are actually, Visual Judge is Quen, renders all 3 plus scores against a rubric. Oh, it's saying to have 3 mock-ups. Is that what you're saying? Pick the highest one, then wires it. Why coder specifically? If the role, it's the role where variance hurts most, but bad coder output cascading through. Oh. 3 shots dramatically reduce the chance. It's also the most expensive single call, so 3 parallel agents is 30 cents. Acceptable on that budget. Why not parallel everywhere are the most deterministic given values? Sequential plan or sequence plan. Right now, fire 5 runs plus the kill switch plus the sandbox. I thought you said you already built the kill switch in the sandbox. Come on, brother. Let's go. We're swinging for the fences. We're not walking to first base. We didn't just get walked. Grand slam bottom of the 9th, kind of. All right, next, add the better orchestrator. I don't know if I like that plan. We got to think about this. We got to think outside the box here. Because eventually, I'm throwing it out there. We need to think outside the box on how we can ensure that people who are coming here that wants software built via AI as a mock-up does not produce AI slop and a perfect run each time. Right now, everything is on board, including the prompts, whether we're doing sequential, parallel agents, or any other way or method. We're also not going to be using Opus. We should be able to get away with either Chinese models with an amazing orchestrator or let's go with, or an inexpensive run by Gemma, which is free. Oh, not inexpensive, I should say. An inexpensive run by Sonnet or Gemma, which is free. Let's send that out. Let's see what's going on there. Okay, so this is installing cold brew on my desktop. All right, let's go to this. Let's go to applications. Let's go to Handy. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. That's an interesting icon. All right, grant permissions, accessibility access, Handy, use password. All right, you're getting installed right now. All right, let's bring it up. So what do you recommend? Which ones did you recommend? Handy. Cohere model or Whisper Turbo? Cohere model or Whisper Turbo? Which one do you recommend? Why are they at the bottom? Oh, because you're saying accuracy? Balanced, a larger, slower, but very accurate. Yeah, let's go with this. Am I downloading this and it's getting slower? Yeah, all right. That's downloading. Very fast too, 1 megasecond. What? What is going on there? You can't even cancel and restart it? All right, here we go. All right, so we said think outside the box. Think outside the box. Oh man, they really thought outside the box. Okay, that was all thinking. Again, you got to put this in bold so I know you stopped thinking. The diagnosis, better orchestrator versus parallel sub-agents is the wrong frame. Both are filters. Okay, let's lock this in. All right, so you're good. You're out of here. Let's move you over here. Oh, let's go over here. Okay, architecture constraints. Constrained composition. Phase 1 is the intake spec frozen, stored, referenced anchor searcher.
All right. Tell me if you can't hear me anymore. My thing died. Tell me if this is... Yeah, I know. Audio capture. Mac. Okay. Oh, you can? You can already hear me? Tell me if you can or can't. It'll switch to Mac. Okay, good. So, obviously not as good. Dude, this thing died? How long have you been live for? This thing died in 2 hours. I used to go 4-hour live streams. DJI. I think they already have a new one. I think I need to... Yeah, I gotta wire up both of my... I have another one, so I'll wire that up to this as well. All right, let's go back to this. Phase 1, direction, lock. Phase 2, reference anchor. Phase 3 is the component composition. Adversarial veto. That's interesting, which is against AI slop. Time to get a USB microphone with a stand. Yeah. But then I move around a lot. And if it's directed at me, I also need to get an office. And the person who runs my office is leaving the office. She just told me today. I'm like, the reason I joined this is because you ran the office and you're amazing. She's like, yeah, I'm going to a new location. And then she's like, it's near Grand Central. Do you want to see this? I know this has nothing to do with coding, but this is how crazy New York City is. Okay? This is how crazy New York City is. Well, let's do this. Okay? I am right over here. I'm on nope. I'm this big building right here. Takes up the whole square block. I'm right there. It's 40, 50, 60, 70, I don't know. It's a big place. She is moving. This is Bryant Park. So just to give you scale, that's Manhattan. She's moving right here. I just looked it up today. Is that Cipriani? Yeah, I looked it up today. This is literally 15-minute walk, 12-minute walk. Beautiful park, but this area just sucks. Look at this. Let's put the man on the ground. Look at this area. They're even redoing the streets in the photo. It's just so commercialized. It's so busy. You have Grand Central. They just built Vanderbilt, right there. It is sinful to be over there. There's nothing to do. It's chaos. It's crazy. Nobody wants to be down here. And then you got beautiful Bryant Park right here. This used to be, by the way, how New York City got its water. It came from the north part of the city, and then this was a huge area. What do they call it? A reservoir. So that used to be a reservoir. And then this is, I've spent thousands of hours here. This is the Salesforce building right there, the Bank of America building right there. And then I'm somewhere, somewhere else. I don't know. I need to get an office here. It's $2,500 a month. $2,500 a month. Oh, look at me going through it. This was vibe coded, by the way. So whoever says vibe coded doesn't work, this was vibe coded. I said, I want you to start the live video when I am live, to pull it in automatically when I'm not live. You bring in the video of my past live. I want you to start it on mute. This needs to be redid. All right. Now we have to get this. Okay, now we're cooking with grease. Yes, we're not using Opus, okay? Do I just use... All right, Sonnet. Okay, structure cheap. Sonnet 4.6 is going to be the direction. Oh, that's a good idea. So you're building off the direction. I like that. Okay. Yeah, I don't think Gemma's going to hold, but we'll see. Library plus tokens are 80% of the value. Without them, the rest is decoration. Okay. The library is the hardest part and has to be human curated. Without that human taste injection, no architecture saves us. Want me to start with the design tokens plus... I don't understand what they're talking about with the library. What library are you building? You know what we could do? Build out a component library. If that's what they're talking about, building out a component library. That might be the best way to do this. So we build out a component library, and then we're just pulling in component library, different color, different order. That might be a good idea. Do you think we should build out a component library? And it's very modern. It works. It's beautiful. It's not AI slop. And essentially what someone does... Yeah, but what I'm thinking is... each time it runs, it doesn't look good. That's the problem. That's the problem we're running into. Maybe 5 different iterations of each. Like, imagine somebody got something similar to this. They're like, oh gosh, this is beautiful. You know, remember that good repo Vercel design systems? Maybe pick an appropriate design. That's a good idea, actually. Where was the... was that? Where was that? Let's go to Claude. Or let's go to... Was it... It was Vercel? Yeah, this was good. This was really... You mean the components area? Because the components area was very interesting. It needs to be good. I sent that IG way back. Was it on IG? All right, let's look at that. Let's go to IG. If you have open code, paste the JSON into there. Mimo. All right, let's see. Are you still coding with GLM? That'd be interesting. I wonder if I can search. Why can't you search in DMs? All right, let's press find Vercel. Nope, didn't show up. Yeah, this guy is just spazzing right now. What the heck is going on? Why are you not working? Let's just go to Google itself. Let's go AI mode. I love how that's the default now. No, I switched to Mimo. Master of Fate. That's what you built. Chrome Dev. Was it one of these? You're likely referring to Awesome Design Systems. Is this it? Is this it? Oh, you mean where it went through all of the major companies? I don't think this is it. It does have 24,000. Oh, yeah. I remember that. It was, I think it was, or no. Where was it? That was, let's go over here. Let's open these up. Oh, you just DM me. It was Awesome Design. Oh, 71,000. Yeah. Wow. Dude, good call. Good call. Good call. Very good call. Very good call. On the design, I need you to implement, which we might have already, this Git into the design phase, because these are fully built out. Or no, they're not fully built out, right? I also need to set up Handy. Are they fully built out? Download for Claude. That's a brand new button. That wasn't there. Wow, dude. Wow, dude. Imagine if it built that out. Wow. Wow. That saves everything. On the design and you implement, which we already have. It gets done. Let's just send that out. And then we got to move over to Handy. All right. So, option space. No. Let's do this. All right. Well, that might have. Yep. All right. We're back up, boys. We're closing out Mac Whisper. Thank you for your service. That thing cost me so much time. All right, let's close out of Instagram. All right. Dude, that would be a dope implementation. Dope. If we got this fired up, that's the game changer right there. You are a legend, my friend. You are a legend. All right. We also need to clean this up. This is way too much. Way too much. This needs to be buttoned up. This needs to be buttoned up. Let's take that screenshot. Let's move it over here. I'm feeling good, boys. I'm feeling good. Is this the... Okay, that's what I'm looking at. All right, let's go. This intake form needs to be buttoned up. Also, when someone starts a brief or clicks on that on botenstein.com, they need to be delivered a pop-up modal and not a new page. This is a bad user experience. And also, the budgets must be up to 10,000 plus. So in other words, the age ranges are 500 and under, 500 to 1,000, 1,000 to 2,500, 2,500 to 5,000, 5,000 to 10,000, and then 10,000 and over. And then what was the other thing? Yeah, that takes just as long. Hope you did an anti... I did not. I still have that prompt, by the way. That takes just as long as Mac Whisper. I downloaded that to make it faster. See examples. Yeah, bad user experience right there. Bad user experience. All right. I think I still have that on websites. Here we go. All right. Let's do that into a new... This is for... Okay, so this is saying I needed to sunset on iCharles. Let's see if it did it. The daily brief, which is not going to be my focus. My focus is, holy crap, I can build whatever I want. And holy crap, I'm a business owner. Anything could get built. I just don't want to do it. Those are the two audiences. Those are the two audiences. And by the way, way more than 20 or 2 live sessions. Should say 2 plus. Okay, let's go back to the chat. Let's see what it said. All right. What's done? Your call on the pivot. What's done? Daily brief, sunset. Yes. The returned pivot, better, but the source is the problem. Live now. Oh yeah, it's on localhost. All right, let's go to mycharles.com. Yeah, you already gave this to me. This is what I read. I think I just sunset this. I just sunset that. There's a guy on YouTube that I watch, and he's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. He wears the beanie. He's like Tim Pool. He looks like Tim Pool. Anyone that wears beanies, I might go with Speed. Speed's the biggest thing for me. Would you recommend Moonshine? English only, good balance of speed and accuracy. Let's go with Moonshine. All right, so it's downloading that. Anyone that wears a beanie who's a content creator clearly has no hair. Because who in the heck is wearing a beanie indoors? Who's wearing a beanie indoors? And it's the summer. You got hair or you don't have hair, just accept it, brah. Just accept it. Just take the beanie off. You look older, but just take off the beanie. All right? Is he married? Is Tim Pool married? I don't know anything about that guy. I just know he's out there. But this one guy, very, very smart guy. He looks like Tim Pool. That's why I brought him up. And he synthesizes huge data sets and stories. And that's what I essentially wanted to do with, I guess this is updated. Was it Moonshot Base? Moonshine. All right, it's active. Do I have to? Oh gosh, you gotta be kidding me. If I do that, it closes down. That's a bad user experience. Why can't I just minimize it? I have to minimize you? Let's go here. All right, models, Moonshine. Okay. Let's see what this is saying. All right. Oh, man. Big. This is big, boys. All right. This is big. Doesn't work in the background. Yeah, it should. Just like YouTube can play videos in the background on a lock screen. What just happened ended. Oh, wow. It already did that. Intake DeepSeek. That's fine. Direction lock. Pick one of the 16 designs. Whoa. Like in this. The researcher is Quen. The spec is DeepSeek. Sonnet is the coder. The orchestrator Sonnet. From step 4 onward, every producer system contains that. What slop disappears under this constraint? That was a game changer. It works in the background. The guy you're talking about. Oh, Nate B. Jones. There you go. Dude, that guy is amazing. He's amazing. Like so I'm in real estate for 17 years. He said such a specific real estate example. It was mind-boggling. For example, this wasn't the example, but in New York City, there's co-ops, and you have a co-op board, and you have to have certain standards to get into the co-op board. You have to make a certain amount, certain credit score, certain money in the bank, and then once you're along Fifth Avenue on either end of Central Park, whether it's Park, or if it's Central Park West, like the most expensive real estate in New York City. So these are where those big towers are that you've seen, pencil towers, right here. This, anything along here is worth, you just can't get into them. You got to be a senator, you got to be a former governor, you got to be, like they're you got to be like Lloyd Blankfein. You got to be someone, Larry Summers. You know, like you got to be somebody. You can't even be like Brett Baer, or like you got to be. Anyway, we get it, Charles. And he will synthesize something that was so complex. Okay, let's go back to this. What slop disappears? One sonic call. Same ballpark as before. Ready to test. Drop me an idea and I'll fire it up. Yeah, so that, I can't believe the context window is still not at 50%. I've been banging that guy out with prompt after prompt. All right, let's try it. Let's go with I'm a restaurant. Okay, let's zoom in. All right. Oh, amazing if this works. Amazing if this works. Okay, so this page did not load. I can't believe you built that with one prompt, unless it was a very specific prompt. I want you to build this exact thing that is, you know, that's what the researcher does. All right, let's go refresh. And that guy synthesized something so specific in real estate that I related to, where I'm like, only real estate agents in New York City know that. I was like, that's pretty amazing. Guy's brilliant. Guy's brilliant. And he talks at 100 miles an hour. He's literally an AI computer. That's a weird place to kill it. But, hold on. Is this the one I just ran? Run in progress. Okay, 95. Holy cow, this thing went way too fast. How did this go through so fast? There's no way this just ran through 95%. See, they're not doing 80%. Okay, let's see where it's at right now. Let's refresh. This also, we need to change that. All right. Researcher, what the heck? Why are you doing research there? Oh, you know what happened? Because researcher should be 3. So 3, it's got to be sequential. It has to. I told it build a SaaS website with an AI medical plus parallax system prompt, and that's it. That was a one shot. Wow. So what happens? It has to be sequential. It can't be parallel agents, because this is what happened. The research, it just started building, and then the research came back right here, and then it retried it again. I guarantee it, if I reload, I need to kill this. I guarantee the research is still not done, because the research takes a little bit of time. Okay, so now the coder came back. See, there you go. This is what happened. The number 3 is the researcher. Quen was not done. It got rejected, even though the confidence was 95. I don't know why it got rejected. Translate the request for a restaurant ordering app with a kitchen view in a front-end restaurant. So it did research, but it still continued the rest of the passes. Then it came back. Toast is the dominant piece of, no, I'm kidding, point of sales built specifically for restaurant operations. Came back. I don't know why it's doing that. Then it wrote the spec. Then it went into coder. Oh, it's just saying, why is it stopping at, does it give a, okay, so it's running now, reload. I am so hungry right now. Did I eat anything today? That was before, so that's not us. Was that before? Tell me that was before. Tell me that was before. Tell me that was before. Don't tell me that's what it actually produced. Don't tell me that actually. You gotta be kidding me if that's what it produced. All right, we got to kill it. All right, let's reload. Yeah, we got to kill it. Kill this run. In flight will be aborted. No, let's just... Okay, so when I pressed it, it killed it. Canceled. We gotta... That was not good at all. That was not good at all. That was actually worse. That was probably the worst it's been. That was probably the worst it's been since we've started it. We need to understand that it probably is best sequentially to go down and reiterate until it passes 80%. A lot of these are at 95%. It should be 80%. And it seemed like either one of the models was failing. I want you to go into the logs and find out what was the pain point to make sure that it is being passed from the orchestrator onto the next step. And the way that it runs right now is it keeps on giving all the steps that's happening even after retry. What I want you to do is have step 1 run, then I see what happens, but don't go on to step 2 visually until you actually are on the actual step 2 phase. All right. I messed up my C-test. I'm in math major, so it's not my... I feel calm, bro. What? I messed up my C-test? What the heck is that? What is a C-test? What is your C-test? All right. So this is cleaning up the Botenstein intake, which is right here. Start a brief. All right, that's clean. That's clean. Timeline. I don't know why it does this weird thing. That black box, black dashes. I need you to audit anywhere that it has fields that when you click in it, weird black dashes surround it. You can see the screenshot. This is from the pop-up modal. Make sure also that when it says submit the brief, that the entire submit the brief goes into the order in which we have spec'd out when it comes to it going to the database and over to the community members, and as well as the email has a one-click activation for whoever built this that needs to claim their email as a user is created after the link through the email. It's a magic link, goes to their email, and that's how a user is created. Unless you recommend a user, which now that I'm backtracking it, a user is created upon submitting a proposal. The email needs to be confirmed. So an email activation goes out, which is a magic link. Obviously, we have security behind it, which is disappearing after maybe 15 minutes. That token, email, that token. Wow, that took a little longer. One-click magic. See you later. Boring stuff. So are you actually... Okay. We're getting this up and running. That's today's goal. What actually happened that's not failing. All right. Bro, coding tests in college in 2026. I know, that's what I'm saying. Who the hell is learning C++? Who is learning that? Like, college in general is an absolute... Okay, here we go. This is what happened. The intake on DeepSeek, 50%. Okay, the orchestrator sent it back. Then it came back and it cleared the 80% bar. Then the Sonnet locked it into a direction. Then it went to Quen, 50%. Then it came back, cleared it. Two members hit 50% on the first try. Both got retired. Oh, retried and feedback both cleared at 80% on retry. Okay, here we go. The two problems. Problem one is that every orchestrator shows that, which is misleading to you. Oh my gosh, you gotta be kidding me. Yes, we need to do all those fixes immediately and fix 3 as well. We need to have this up and running and into production today. Wow, that's so much faster. That's what I'm talking about. Now he's learning C, not C++. C is human language, and you need to close memory manually. Very cancerous to learn. Oh my gosh. Is Primo just came in here. Did someone just say, oh, Primo. Jesus is God. Repent, amigos. I missed you, Primo's Dvorak. All right. This one is the councils. Yeah, I am probably just going to remove it from the pivot. You just remove, because I don't know what your actual outcome is without having access to the transcription of what I say during the day. So you're really just guessing what I'm learning, what I'm doing, what I'm building, unless you're actually going to YouTube, reading the transcriptions every single day, and then saying, okay, this is what Charles worked on. This is what he learned. Here's the breakthroughs every single day. If that's not the case, then we need to put it as legacy. Search for Igla. Oh boy. I search for JWT. Well, let's do that in a private window, even though they already know about. All right. I've heard of this before. Decode, verify, generate JSON web tokens, which are all open industry standard. Method of representing claims securely between two parties. Paste a JWT below. Oh, that's nice. Bug uploaded. Thank you very much, sir. So I was referred someone who, they were married. And they said, we are dinks. And this is through my email. And I was like, private browser, VPN. I'm like, do I have to deny you? I don't know what that is, but that sounds strange. And then I looked it up, and it's double income, no kids. Oh, okay. That's a little bit different. I thought it was, where are we going in this direction? Where are we going? Okay, the age range, under 500, age range. Not sure yet. All right, that's a good option. I like that. All right, website. Give me a direction for the JWT. How to reach you. Okay, reference links. That's pretty easy. I should also have schedule a call. Yeah, that wasn't a good. Okay, so on there, it goes to the website, and then it probably just loops. Start a brief. Yeah, now you're looping. All right, let's go back. Oh, you can't even go back? All right, start a brief. See examples should not be in there. We'll delete that. And the takes 2 minutes doesn't. So we'll move that over. Okay. All right, so you should already have the specs. Focus outline. Confirmation email, one click, yes. Admin notified. No, not Discord. No Discord. No Discord. On that pop-up modal, delete, see examples, and it takes 2 minutes, which is at the bottom part of the pop-up modal. There should be also a schedule a call that loops into my community personal calendar, there's already code that is there. Also, we're not doing Discord and we're not doing Telegram. Heck no, dude. Heck no. We ain't doing that. All right. Now let's go to iCharles. See what dude doing over here. All right. Reload. Daily Brief is still up there. Okay, much cleaner. Much cleaner. That needs to go. Welcome back. That needs to go. That's gone. This is gone. And you need to take it out of the menu. Remove this from the home page. It looks terrible. And also go to the menu and remove Daily Brief and the pivot from the menu. Wow, that's so much faster. Helium browser is the best privacy browser at the moment. Really? Never heard of that. Yeah, what is going to happen is a bunch of people are going to join the website and they are going to say, what is this crap? Vault ranked by your interests. Why this score? Not every switch to chronological. Try Vault. Yeah, we'll work on that in a second. So that's the Obsidian feature right there, where each person has a For You page, which was kind of like a little pet project yesterday, because someone was saying everyone is talking about memory. Oh, nope, not goals. Let's go to bugs. Boneston.com. A mock-up generation is broken. Yeah. Is that what it looks like? What did you see in the bug? What I want you to do is have step 1. That feature. Yeah, I added that in. I am going to, so the way that it's going to work in the future is I'm going to be making Instagram videos on my personal page, which will then go viral. That goes to iCharles. iCharles is the intake point, because if they go to Botenston.com, they're going to have no idea what they're doing. But let's look at that. Look at that. We can now add videos. You know what? It's funny. I never actually tested that out. I never actually tested out that feature. I also wanted to go, and this needs to, yeah, we don't need to tell people that we are tracking their every move. Kind of like what Meta's doing to their employees. Every keystroke, every mouse, and we're going to be taking screenshots every 5 minutes. In the community, we don't need this area that says try the vault. Wow, that is so much faster. Do you understand, if I compound how many times I talk and put that in, how much that is saving me? How much time that's saving me? The biggest thing that we need to test right now, that's ugly. Oh, wow. I like that feature. Look at that feature. And then what was the other button? All right. That's stupid. Latest. Yeah. Are you kidding me? You're $6,000 a month? Let's see. Discover the members. Yeah, some of these can go because they're not real. And also, it should be cleaned up a little bit. But the feed is going to be... All right, someone's restarting. Someone's restarting. Spaces. I like this. This is clean. This maybe should be up here. Does it scroll with it? Okay, good. But there was an area, I think it was on profile. And let's see what the videos. Playlist, live stream. Wow, look how much cleaner that looks. and then it auto plays. I did want to work on videos because we need to clean up a lot over here. And it jumps right to the area you left off as well. That was a big, I don't even know if these work. I think that was it. Okay, that does work. It does work. Let's see if it works. Okay, that's actually good. I like how it says reply to Chuck. When you mouse over that, nothing happens. That's weird. It went away. Post a reply. Okay. This is weird as well. I don't know what's going on here. This should all be deleted. But we are not working on that. All right. After 14 hours, let's go with this. All 3 fixes shipped into production today. The live banner. Orchestrator prompts now spell out the confidence score. Default 85 on pass, never 0.5. I also need to run that SQL. I had that open, but not this, not this, not this. Not that. Okay. It was not this. It was at 71,000, I think. All right. Let's go with Botenston.com. Let's refresh it. That doesn't look good either. Start a brief or schedule a call. Yeah, that's... I'll fix that. That shouldn't go there. All right, let's do a refresh. I'm a content creator. All right. Let's go. You DM'd? Oh, that was from before. Okay. Charles, personal, settings, councils, running, queued. Oh. It's running itself. Okay. Okay. So it went DeepSeek to Sonnet as the orchestrator. Direction was locked by Sonnet, 80%. It passed by the orchestrator, which I think is also Sonnet. Then it was below 80%. It retried. It went to 92% for Quen. And it's interesting because it worked for over a minute, almost a minute and a half, actually. Then it passed. It retried. It's pending. No output. Okay, because it's pending. A single page spec for a collaborative finance app with a dashboard-centric preview and features focused on shared accountability. Here we go. Here's the feedback. 2 blocking defects banned per system rules and contradicts the benchmark. Okay. Let's reload. Let's see what it does. Okay, it's still running. Okay, it passed. Wow. That's a lot of steps. That's a lot of steps. This thing better be good. This thing better be good. I want to, there should be something here for the user that they can click away. Because otherwise they're going to sit here for, you know, it's past reading a brief. This needs to be updated. Because it needs to show that it's, let's refresh. I like how it's queued, but that's not good for, see if we go to email, that might be a breaking point. That's the only thing. It goes to last 5. That's it. Advanced. Unload model. Oh, okay. There you go. What is your memory up to? Or what is your file? If it keeps audio too? Start hidden. Does that mean launch to... Oh, without opening the window. Yeah, let's do that. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what that is. Yeah, this needs to update. Also, we need to be able to have parallel calls as well. Holy cow, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my gosh, dude. What? Get info. 2.7 megs. That's nothing, but I can see that getting pretty high pretty soon. All right, let's go back here. The problem is if I click out of the window, there we go. So drafting the idea, still with the coder. All right. It got something. So the coder was at 70%. Couple of finance tracker marketing page built as a single index. You think I should do multi-page? Mobile first, obviously. Let's see. All right, obviously that didn't render anything. This is not up to date right here. This is not up to date. That is not. That's not up to date. Where's visual? Okay. It went away. I need a way for this to happen in the background, and it's kind of like something on the. It moves to. You can like minimize it, but you don't click away from the page. Oh, so you could. In other words, I want more animation for the user. I want more animation for the user. And obviously they still did not fix that. The coder's still going. This is too long. This is too long. Is this how long it took for you when you did that one prompt? I'm thinking maybe it is intake to research to spec to high level model creates the spec. And you use that with Gemma? That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, that's mine. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. This fell back on something. This fell back on something. Man. That fell back on the old method. That fell back on the old method. All my tests, yeah. Yeah. At least it's going through because, yeah, we need to revisit this on how to actually do this. 100%, like top down, top down. 2 minutes is acceptable. This is not. This is not. This is unacceptable. How long it's taking. And that's still broken. All right. What I'm going to do, I'm going to work on this privately. We're going to get this up and running. I'm going to open it. You know what? Screw it. I'm just going to do it right now. Unless you're onto something, chat, I'm going to go top down. This is what we need to do. This is exactly the output I want. And you need to be doing this perfectly. All right, 2 follow-ups. 2 follow-ups remain. Okay, as soon as you run, it hits the coder. That one's also working on it, but we'll sunset you. We'll move you away. This one was removing the vault from the iCharles feed. Is that the whole freaking page? Why would you do that? All right, let's go to the main feed. Open. Okay, that's gone. Good. Small win. Let's thank you for service. Let's go down here. Remove take. Okay. That was the intake. And also you mentioned this was the bugs. We're going to work on that. Unless I already pasted that. I don't think I pasted that. That needs to be worked on. And we're going to make sure that we're going to get a mock-up that's clean. Fix 2 commits. Let's go. Both commits landed. Intake version 2. Okay, so now you're doing versions. Well, if this is your version right now, it's brutal. It is brutal. Let's do a refresh. Let's go to running. Still didn't work. And this was the finance. Okay, so definitely did not. Finance did not work. This created, well, it still says it's going. No, that already output something that, you know what it might be doing? I think it's working in the background, but it's not linking to the interface for the user. All right, we're gonna do a top down. We're gonna clear you. How much is in your contacts right now? Do you think it actually knows? It said iCharles, new clean look. Okay. It's cleaner. It's cleaner. This is probably going to be going away as well. We don't need sharing the statistics. Free for the first 50 people. Let's close that out. Okay. Only 108,000 is in use. Okay. What we need to do is a comprehensive deep dive into the Botenstein.com hero feature. The hero feature is something that is connected to Open Router. Open Router essentially is going to take the idea, use the council members within the, I'll give it the exact URL. What the heck? 100 pages within there. And then a window is going to slide out for the user on Botenstein.com and give a live indication of where it is. So as it's orchestrating, the user sees what is going on and all the steps live as it goes down. We are running into a lot of issues when it comes to producing something that is not AI slop. Essentially, the entire website is to get people excited about building something that they've always wanted to build via software. It could be a CRM, it could be a website, it could be events management, or if they have a boutique store and they need to ensure that their customers are all accounted for, whatever it is. We need to have a series of events with an orchestrator. That's what we've been doing. It hasn't really been working. And the biggest holdback I see is that it either takes too long, it's not set up properly, the prompts aren't good enough, the skills or the markdown file, however you're actually doing this in the background, isn't good enough. We need to come up with something that passes confidence level of 80%, and also what is produced visually to the user on Botenston.com is amazing. So much so that they are drawn to actually submit a proposal. All right, there we go. I didn't hear anything. All right, let's go. Okay, so that's the, let's go working on, because I don't know if that's actually finished. Implement this as the orchestrator system prompt and ensure the prompt injection of the orchestrator to subagents is functional and valid. Master controller, strategic dictator. You alone possess intelligence and quality standards and final decisions. All subagents are precision execution units with zero autonomy. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. So that is... Okay, so that's doing the Botenston.com ideas. That's easy. The ideas should be easy. And that should use... All right. Let's fire that up. Let's fire that up. Let's fire that up. Okay, so it's auditing each council, traces the path, inspect. Okay, good. Now we're doing a deep dive. That could have been later, but now I have enough to write the deep dive. Let me look at the council UI. Charles has redirected. I should pause the blah, blah, blah. There we go. All right. Successful redirection. Now let's look at iCharles while that's flying in the background 100 miles an hour. I can't wait to work on projects and get past this stupid thing. Can't wait. That's where I thrive. The visual details, not the what do we do with the councils and make sure that it comes up and it's not AI slop. And yeah, it's a lot. There's many different ideas that are going to go through this. But once they start submitting proposals, that's when, you know, like this area, just bringing this up to date instead of just absolute trash, which it is right now, is what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to that time. Paste bin. All right, let's look at iCharles. It's still in the... Hello? Hello? Are we working? Should I have Botenston.com up there? I think I should have Botenston.com up there. The pivot and daily brief are still in the menu options at the top. All right. Got an idea. Let's build together. So that's Botenston.com probably. Yeah, I could build this out because I'm going to start making. I'm going to start making Instagram content, and I know some of it's going to go viral. Based on what I want to say, some of it's going to go viral. Be good or bad, but it's going to go viral. That's for sure. That's for sure. Dude, everything else... Okay, well... When did that start? 103? Yeah, let's kill that. Hello? Are you still running in the background? Tell me you're not running in the background. Oh my gosh. How crazy is that? We started the stream with an unbelievable, and now we're stuck in the mud. Stuck in the mud. Stuck in the mud. This thing produced a website. Need inspiration? I'm a real estate agent in New York City, and I am looking to create a website. Okay. 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 Now let's see if the use this idea works. All right. We got a small W. We got a small W. Dynamic New York City listings portal. Use idea. Oh, oh, easy now. Easy now. Easy now. There we go. AI slop. Something is broken between the interface and the back end. That's what it is. Something is broken between the interface and the background. For this, are you using Open Router Free? Okay, here we go. For this, need inspiration. Need inspiration. For the need inspiration? Yeah, let's send that out. I 100% think it is. I need to stand up. Gosh. Ugh. How does this look? There we go. Let's move this over. That's probably gonna fall. Let's widen it. There we go. I should always be standing. Right. I think there's something wrong. I think it was building in the background, but it was not wiring it. I think that was our mistakes. I think that was our mistakes. Okay, so the need inspiration, 5 an hour, 30 a day per IP. Okay, so it's on free tier. All right, good. Now, you know what? Going back to iCharles, reload. I think we need a triathlon, faith, charity. Those are not good menu options. Needs to be got an idea or something. Unless community, well, community goes right into the community. You know what we need to do? We need to add a link to this and something about the community, what it is. All right, so let's add that into this chat right here. And community should be the menu option, and then join community should be the menu option over there. But if I'm logged in, it should just say, let's think about this. Let's think about this for a second. As fast as I went up, I'm going back down. Now we're gonna be standing up. We need to think about on iCharles the best way to do menu options. There is a section on there that I screenshot that brings you to Botenston.com, which is obviously where we want to bring people that need inspiration or something that they're very passionate about. Let's adjust. And the menu options at the top navigation, we also need to create a section that is about the community and is in the top navigation in the middle, on the right side, you have community. That should be join community pill button that is highlighted if I am logged out and not a member. If I am logged in and as a member, then don't show the middle community menu option. Show just the community on the right side, kind of how it is right now. So you have a logged in and logged out menu options. All right, those are small, but necessary. All right, let's send that over there. All right, let's see what they said. All right. Need inspiration? We'll go to that in a second. What landed? Okay. So, loads the preamble. Sub-agent feedback chain verified functional. The orchestrator's field is what the runner copies, which then goes there. The new preamble explicitly trains the orchestrator to format an actionable corrective recall instructions. Yeah, I think that has... I think I was just building I think I was just building in the background and it's not wired up to here. All right, I'm going to take a screenshot of this because I don't think this is wired up. And if it produces, yeah, it's producing slop. Something's broken here. This interface is still producing slop. There is a clear break from the interface in which the user is trying to create a mock-up with the back-end processing of the orchestration creating the mock-up. There needs to be a deep dive on the interface, what the user sees, the generation live, and what is actually happening in the background. There is serious problems with the orchestration or with the sub-agents or with the prompts or with something because it's still producing AI slop, even though it says it's going through. And it says it's still rendering in the console backend. Meanwhile, the front end shows this. Look at all screenshots for verification. I guarantee if I go to the backend, it's going to say it's still going. Oh, crap. All right, we'll just do that. We'll just recreate. If it goes in the console, I guarantee this is going to say running. Okay, this should have been killed. 122. That's weird. Where real estate, when did this start? 127. Was that the... Okay, so that's what this is. Is that what this is doing? Maybe, so it moved over to Quen. If you want to see what I'm looking at, there we go. All right, that's weird. I need this up and running because this is going to come back with AI crap. Something seriously wrong with the... Let's make this bigger so it's not... Oh, this is the old one? Okay, so it's drafting it right now. Let's close down so it's a little bit... Okay, the console's right here. Let's refresh. Refresh. Okay. Typically 4 to 10 seconds. Auto refresh every 30 seconds. Auto refresh every 3 seconds. Okay, so now you're on. Now you're on 14 steps, and many of them were Sonnet. Well, Sonnet's the orchestrator. And then the direction lock. So, like, it's so weird. So weird. I don't know how we can regress so badly. We had something that was working, and now this is going to produce a crap. Yeah. You're getting killed. 16. All right. Yeah, there's something seriously wrong. Something seriously wrong with that. We need to... Actually, no, the problem is the whole thing is over-engineered. Yeah, I think so, too. Because... Unfortunately, this is where the prompt crafting must be considered, because AI will hallucinate in such big context. Oh, Dad, I'm spilling like... Yeah, I think... There needs to be three things, all true at the same time. AI spins up something that's not AI slop. It takes enough... what is actually mocked up literally is a wow. We have to go for a wow, or else they're gonna just be like underwhelmed, and then that's it. Well, it's not that much, the token usage. I'm on Claude 20x plan, which I saw on my other account. I had two. I canceled one and it didn't restart, so I just have one. I saw it was raised to 250. That could have been just like, it's not 200 anymore. It's like 250. It was 249, and I was like, whoa. If I knew it's at 250, I don't think so. You're talking to it like it's a 5-year-old, but Opus is a senior developer. Well, I am very proud of you, Adam Marzo 5559. I am so proud of you. Oh boy, how about live stream for 3 hours when the first 20 minutes something was produced and I was just going to make it better, and now it's all gonna have to get scrapped. It's essentially a non-bouncing lovable that goes to a developer backend marketplace that is within the community. And the issue is 2 different URLs. I don't know how the hell this thing is. What do I want? You know what I want? I want to say, hey, I'm a real estate agent of 17 years. I'm looking to actually transition from real estate into coding. I want you to build me a personal website that is actually good. And then this appears. And they go, holy S word. I actually want to generate a brief and then go to a real developer. And then that developer is like one of the guys that commented on Friday and was like, hey, listen, I would definitely do this. You know how many millions of people are going to need? I know 10 that would be like, yeah, I don't want to be paying $350 for my crappy real estate website that sort of takes in leads and sort of has a CRM, sort of has a transaction management. That guy's spending $3K a year, way more than that, $4K a year, and his website is like, it's like built by like WordPress. It's brutal. Seems DM sound notif on iTrolls not working because I sent you a DM, nothing sounded. That's weird. That's weird. Built a Claude Code competitor. Nice multi-million-dollar company when a singular me can compete against it with China models. Go to the prompt builder and start building prompts because it's like the dude said in the chat. Yo, what's good? I'm a Parallax, an AI coding agent rolling deep in your terminal. Currently kicking it. Ask AI model. Translation, I can read files. Oh. Dude, the whole time you're saying Parallax, I'm thinking Parallax on a website. Oh, we could get a small win by having the DM. There you go. I think there has to be an easy way to produce something beautiful that's way more simpler, as obviously you're saying. But after 3 hours, I need like a reset. Go for a walk outside in New York City. Maybe touch some grass at Bryant Park. Maybe inappropriate. Huff a anyway. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Oh, we've had impeccable. We've had impeccable. I think impeccable would be overkill. If this is overkill right now, then impeccable would be overkill. Like, I need to literally create in my mind or on a chalkboard what needs to happen at the minimal viable product. So you have two things happening at once. You have the prompt that goes into Botenston.com. I don't think you understand how many people would use this that I know personally. Like 100K worth of business would come in based on all the entrepreneurs that I know, all the entrepreneurs that follow me on Instagram. I barely know people that work for companies, like Fortune 500 companies. I know, and I'm not saying this to brag, I'm just saying I've been to their website, I know what they use, I know how much it costs, and then connecting those people, the best way is, hey, I could either build it for free and here's the mock-up, or I go in and do Instagram in the background, show, by the way, why don't you all 10,000 people who follow me on Instagram go and try it yourself? You're all entrepreneurs. Go and try it yourself. And they go, oh, this is really cool. I actually want to build this. I need to submit a proposal right now because it looks clean. That's where we need to get at. And then we can work on the actual project management side. There's the hook is the most important part. The hook is the most important part. You stop watching a video, you click off a website, you stop the Netflix series, whatever it is, if the hook isn't good enough. And the hook is all this. So it needs to create, in under 2 minutes, something that impresses them enough to start a proposal. Or at least gives them the impression that it's possible. And then they can go back to their life as a mortgage broker. Obviously, that's not the best user experience right there. Not overkill, just spawn a singular AI agent, 2 at most, with full impeccable skill set and force it to use it. You don't think that impeccable would be overkill? Dude, impeccable gives such a wild... All right. This was after a deep dive. I'll just go through it really quickly. Okay. There's your deep dive. Interface versus orchestration, what the user sees. So what is happening in the background has to be connected to the interface, because we need the anticipation. It's why Apple has a date in which they say they're going to be potentially having an event. Then on the event, it says this is what was going to come down the line. Then this date is when you are going to order it. And then this day it's going to be available. That's 4 different anticipations. It's a loop. It's a hook, satisfy, hook, satisfy, hook, satisfy. That's what needs to get built. It sucks that I know this because I do sales. And if you give someone exactly what they want, they're going to get buyer's remorse. Like if you give them immediately what they want, buyer's remorse. All right, let's get into this. Single text area, that's perfect. Layer 2, slide out panel, perfect. Step 3 is reading the brief, sketching the layout. Okay, so that's what shows to the user. And then what the actual orchestration runs. Yeah, 10 minutes is way too long. This is what inspired me to actually... I want you to design me a real estate website that intakes clients, is mobile friendly, great user experience, has the ability to have a blog, and looks amazing. That's what they're going to say. So we'll see how long that goes. That's what inspired me to do this. It created a really good competitor to Salesforce. It didn't work, and it was built in Claude. This thing is going to slide out. Whatever is going on in the background, of course, they're using Haiku 4.5. But whatever's going on in this background, whatever this is, whatever that is, that process needs to be replicated. Because this happened to me in October, and that's when I'm like, screw Salesforce, I'm not using it. And then there it is, slides out. I'm copying the exact same thing. Copying the exact same thing. This is exactly what I'm copying. Slides out. Holy cow, this is amazing. This is all on one page. $432 Park Avenue? Yeah, right. Their starting prices are higher than that. Upper West Side. That is funny, though. Oh, it went to the page, too. That's interesting. Huh. So it kind of probably... Oh, no. I was going to say an iframe, but no. Yeah, obviously this would get someone not excited to fill it out. Yeah, Haiku. I said, I want you to build me a competitor to Salesforce, and what it built me, I said, holy S word, when I actually cursed at the time. I said, done. I'm done with Salesforce. I'm going to just build my own Salesforce. That's it. Now I'm going to say, the serious problem. The ForSec is wired to a registry that doesn't exist. So there you go. I said that 20 minutes ago. The live build feature is fully dead code. Fantastic. So it was essentially building in it was triggered to the consoles, and then the consoles fallback skeleton. Zero transparency about what's happening. The runner doesn't expose this data. Okay, that was obvious. All right. Visual, no. No, I think we need to... What we need to do... I know, because we're watching it. We're watching it. You want to watch it? You want to watch what you're doing? You're triggering it. Long John's winter delivery service. What in the heck is what is Long John's? Oh my gosh. Long John's? Dude, what are you, 45? What are you, Canadian? All right. What we need to do is simplify this so we have an MVP that's built around the skill impeccable. Find this in the skills, and we need to go back to basics. Obviously, the user needs to see exactly what's happening live, so all of that dead code we can get away from and delete. And also, the generate clearly is triggering the councils in the background. We need to... The councils work everywhere else, though. That's what bothers me. All right. Long John's. Holy cow, bro. Long John's. Sports trading app. Run failed. Good. Wow. There you go. All right. You know what we're going to do? We're going to turn it off, you little bugger boos. All right. What we're going to do right now is have the generate button on the hero, turn it to false for now so people cannot be generating Long Johns. And we are going to be really going from the level 0 to make sure that we are building something that's a minimal viable product and then adding to it. And we're going to start with the... I can't believe that, bro. Oh, boy. That's funny. That's funny, dude. You just brought me back to skiing at Bel Air. Skiing at all these places in college. My mom's like, do you have your Long Johns? Do you have your galoshes? You have your galoshes? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Haiku's about to do some work. But, all right. What did I say? Here's the steps. It had an intake. That's what I had. I had an intake. Obviously, because I said mobile friendly. Blog session. It's ready to use. Should I use Claude? That's an airport. I like the coloring though. That's for sure. Imagine a service that you deliver Long Johns in the winters when you're cold. Dude, you gotta be from Canada. Only Canadians think that way. Only Canadians think that way. Or like Norway. The Norwegians are very special. They're I think the best Scandinavian country. Norway is the best Scandinavian country. Sweden, they're all tall and handsome. They're all living off of natural gas. Just, their burgers are like $25. They all bike to work. You know. Should I ask Claude in his opinion what the... Oh my gosh. Today was so promising with that first build. I should have just taken a picture of it. Oh boy. Let's see if I could go back to it. I was so excited. And I was like, oh, okay, we're going to start adding on it. And then I added onto it in the background. I watched a... Dude, I watched it. This is it. I watched an inspirational video by Boris this morning, or listened to it.
And I was like, he's got hundreds of agents running at the same time, and they're all talking to each other, and he did 150 PR. And I come in, and I'm like, let's go. Let's go. And then the first time I try it, it freaking works. And then I was like, okay, let's add on this. And then it has been an absolute triple diamond from the top of Everest downhill since then. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Dude, you gotta laugh at life. If you're not having fun. Is fun banned? Fun? Can we have fun? Is it banned? Dude, everyone in New York City looks pissed off. You like look around and they're all just mad. They're just mad. This person DM me. I'm single. My company's going through transitions and I'm going to a role I don't like. I got a meeting with Bill. Bill always talks about the weather and sports. And I'm out here trying to just have a stupid, dumb prompt. Inspire the next generation of builders and entrepreneurs. And I can't. I can't. Yet. I can't yet. Okay, there you go. Fixie. All right, so now it should be off. Paused. Let's see how many credits I've used. Wow, during that whole time, I've only used $6. Considering I ran. Oh, Long Johns. Your Long Johns. Oh, boy. Long Johns. Dude. Later, dude. Stopped in for a minute. We still need to get Greenland. Dude, the only reason we would get Greenland is for their resources. That's it. And like, what are we gonna, like, what are they gonna do? You know, you just get a bunch of people from Brooklyn and Queens. You know, you throw them into a boat and you just tell them to go northeast. And, you know, what is it, Reykjavik? Is that the capital of Greenland? Or no? Reykjavik. There's a J in there. Whatever. Here it is. Oh, Iceland. That's all the same. It's all the same. All right. Later. You have no idea. Worse. You're from Boston? Oh my gosh. Dude, Boston? Who lives in Boston? Move to a real city. I went to Boston once. My first video on this channel. It's from Boston. Okay. Here it is. Here it is. Here's the MVP. Minimal viable product. We scrapped all of the coding today. The entire live stream comes down to this trash that's about to be produced. It was producing councils and it was getting still triggered from Boatenston.com. And it was winning on the councils, but it wasn't winning. Excuse me. Oh, all right. Florida. There you go. Are you in Jacksonville? Realistically, I would probably not live in any part of Florida. Though there are women that I've matched with that put their location to New York because they want us to move to Florida. And I'm just sitting here saying, for me to live in Florida full time, I would go insane. Between the mosquitoes and the wildlife, the heat, the people who are so slow. Dude, it's like going to a UPS office on Long Island. It's like
I'm from New York, where we walk 50 miles an hour. We talk 1,000 miles an hour. And these people from Florida are like, how are you doing today? I'm like, ship my package and do not say anything to me. What I need you to start. Okay, so now we are going from bottom up. Oh. You gotta be kidding me. We're gonna have to go off, and I'm gonna have to go for a walk around the block before somebody gets hurt. Before somebody gets hurt. Shut the front door. Dude, it thinks I want to do a rebuild of Boatenston.com. All right, you have been disbanded. You have been dishonorably discharged from the military for that. I am 3 seconds away from. I am 12 years old. What? Okay, this is gonna be the last prompt, and then I am building this in the background, and this is gonna be working going into tomorrow. This is gonna be working going into tomorrow. What I want you to do is do a deep dive, and you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring up the. Should I bring up the specs? You know what? No. On the functionality of the hero image on Boatenston.com. That is to generate through Open Router, spin up AI agents to create whatever the user wants within that hero form. Use this skill. All right, let's just go. All right, let's make sure we spell my name right. Boatenston.com. I have so many specs on this one thing that I'm thinking about. The user wants impeccable skill on Boatenston Hero. Holy Oh my gosh. All right, brother. Enjoy your travels. I don't want you to actually... I don't want you to use that skill on the website. But when you go to the website, you'll see that there is an area. And it is in the screenshot. When a user goes in and types in what they want, I want you to use that skill to create it using UI and UX of the impeccable skill. It then is displayed in the right window that slides over the content. Almost 100% of this is wired, but I don't want you to... Or actually, no, we'll just stop it there. Okay, now we gotta like literally start from zero. We gotta start from zero. All right, my man, enjoy your travels. Safe travels. In the land down under. I don't even think it's going to understand. Understanding. User is clarifying. Don't audit the site. Thank you. Instead, use a user submit form. The backend should invoke the impeccable skill for its principles to generate the UI UX and display the result in the side. Let me see what's wired. Oh my gosh, holy cow. It's all wired. It's just... Where the hell are you from? Is Real Tracks Australian? Okay, isn't the... Let me check the iCharles. Served by iCharles per your memory. Now the full picture, let me look at the existing wiring. You know what I should do is just do this all in Boatenston.com. Do this all in Boatenston.com. I want you to build all of this in Botenstein.com and not, there we go. This to URL idea was the dumbest thing I could have thought about. I thought everything could be, in other words, I know there's areas that are wired to iCharles.com. Just for simplicity, we're going to have everything in Botenstein.com. I got, jeez, can you butcher my last name a little bit more? Botenstein.com. All right. Yeah, we need to, everything needs to be Botenstein.com. Quick recap. First time viewing. Welcome, BLG Fatrom 19. Is that your BLG are your 3 letters, and then Fatrom is, and then you're 19 years old? Born in 1900? All right. 1 second recap. This is something that was completely built out today, and it was amazing. A user who is like me, who needs inspiration, who's heard of AI, who's heard of Claude Code, Claude building, vibe coding, whatever. Like my cousin, my brother, I know dozens of entrepreneurs that have crappy websites, crappy SaaS, nothing talks to each other, their email doesn't talk to each other, their client intake doesn't talk to their CRM doesn't talk to their website. It's a mess. I was in Claude Code in October or September, and I use Salesforce. Salesforce is a lot per year, $2,000 a year. Then I used all these other softwares that didn't talk to each other, and I just was in Claude Code for the first time when I saw code, and I was like, it said build an app, and I clicked in there, build me a Salesforce clone. Windows slides out, and it was like an amazing Salesforce clone. And I did it on the highest model at the time. I don't know, 4.5, 4, whatever it was. I have no idea. But I was like, holy crap, you can actually do that? So then I was on Lovable, and I was like, why don't I just build a Lovable? So essentially, I'm building a Lovable, but the person who's actually building it is not the person who's maintaining it. So in other words, this is my community. Obviously, it's built. And essentially, people are going in here, and they are entrepreneurs, business owners, vibe coders, designers, data, whatever. This is my personal website where I'm going from real estate to vibe coding. My business is Botenstein.com. Now it's a Lovable style. And then iCharles. I know so many entrepreneurs that don't want to build their own stuff. That's Lovable. Lovable, essentially you go in and you say, this is what I want to build. Lovable, right here. I want to build something amazing. Whatever it is. A CRM, a website. I host events. They go in and they build it, but they have to maintain it. They have to also build it. What Botenstein.com is, you have an idea. A prototype is going to swing out. A window is going to swing out. The prototype is going to be on the window that is right here, built through Open Router AI models. And it's going to say start a brief. So it's going to say start a brief. Do you like this design? Start a brief. And then that brief is going to go into the community of builders. And they are going to be bidding on projects who are my friends. Maybe to start with, and then the public. And then essentially people are going to be like, can you build me a AI generated music for my nail salon because I don't want to pay for Spotify anymore? Or can you build me a email management system because I don't want to use MailChimp anymore? I actually don't want my data being read by Google, so can you build me an inbox? Okay, let's go in. Let's do an inbox. Here's your inbox. Oh my God, I have a triathlon coach. Okay, I do triathlons. I spend $250, $300 a month. She's great. She's amazing. Nothing against my triathlon coach, but I can't afford $300. And you could build anything you want. That's the inspiration that we're doing in the community. That's the inspiration of what we're doing with Boatenston.com and my personal website and vibe coding. This was all built by Claude Code. This automatically brings in, if I'm not live, then it brings in my latest live video and it comes in here. If I am live, so it's an if then, if I am live, it auto plays and on mute automatically. That is vibe coding. That is building. And the two areas that, because people are like, oh, what are the areas you're going to make money? The first is obviously going in here, being part of the community. The first 50 people are free. And then start charging $39. And then this is obviously connecting someone who wants something built. Like, I'm an Italian restaurant and I pay 30% of my money for open table or for whatever, to use the services to run my restaurant. And it's expensive. It's going to be a SaaS-pocalypse, as they say. People are just, the restaurant owner's just going to be like, oh, my son knows this. He built my website. He built my menu. In other words, like, obviously there. He built the QR codes. I don't need any of that. So that is going to be happening. All right. So the problem is I broke it. I broke it during this live stream. It was working. It was perfect. It just did not design well. That was the only problem, is I only have one. See this thinking thing right here? That thinking needs to be in bold, so I'm not reading through your thinking. Where does it stop? Okay, so it stops right here. Confirmed. Executing in order. The Cloudflare tunnel flip is the only step I'll pause on. Everything from that is safe. Beta is now Boatenston, so port 307 can't stand up. Oh my gosh. So essentially, because I'm 17 years in real estate, all my clients know me as a real estate agent. They don't know me as going live in vibe coding. So I was having my website built on beta, and then last week I said, screw it. We're coming out of the closet. We're now a vibe coder. Sequence. Port the hero. So the hero is obviously the top part of the website. All of that. So that's the slide over panel. Council checklist. Add native points. Okay. So now what I'm doing is, before, I have a council. And the council are a group of agents who are spun up based on exactly what I need done. So Boatenston.com, if I want something done, these are spun up. All of them is an individual model from Open Router. And then you have a head orchestrator. So if you click on this guy was joking around. He's probably still in the chat. This was when it was breaking. So all those ran, and you have an 80% confidence rate. And it builds what this guy wants. It builds that idea. But the problem is, this URL, iCharles.com, is my personal area where it was running. Now I have to just break it and move it all over to Boatenston.com and have it just siloed on Boatenston.com. Have everything on Boatenston.com, because on my Mac Studio at home, I needed to put in security gates so people can't get in there, because I'm SSH'd from work into it. So now I'm just moving everything over to the same server, whatever local host it wants to use. 3 quick confirmations before I shovel. Fork B. What do you mean by Fork B? What'd you say about Fork B? Fork B still. Rails. My recommendation stands. Email plus turnstile. Keep them on the new hero or strip them from the level. The current iCharles hero has neither just an idea generate form has both. Okay. So what they're saying is, on my personal website, which I have 10,000 people on Instagram, this hero, which probably, I don't even know if it works, build me a booking website as I am a travel agent. Just make something up. Okay, so that should trigger. Obviously, I've paused it now, but why is dark mode? Why is dark mode on the side removed? That's in your profile, by the way. So what he's talking about is in your profile. It's right here. This is too much real estate. That's too much real estate. That's the difference. Calls are broken. Yes. Yes, they are. Yeah, calls are going to be a big part of the, calls are going to be a huge part of the projects. So you can have Zoom calls. It uses LiveKit API. And the reason being is I don't want anything on the outside. I don't want Zoom. I don't want Google Meets. That just adds in too many links and complexities and everything else. Yeah, I took it away because it's used once and then you forget about it. So this is a better spot here. Coaching. Coaching should actually be in here. It is in there. Okay. Yeah, we should take that out too. All right, let's go back to the prompt. So we need clarifications. The first clarification is on iCharles, where you have the, actually no, the first clarification is we are not using beta at all. The first clarification is that we're not using /beta at all anymore. We are fully into production on Boatenston.com. Any API routes using beta, switch over to Boatenston.com, test, and make sure that it is coded properly. Second is the iCharles area where it has the prompt. We will consider that after we have a working prototype at Boatenston.com. The Boatenston.com hero is our focus on here to make sure that we use the impeccable skill to create beautiful websites based on the idea that people put within that hero section. To reiterate, we are not using impeccable skill on Boatenston.com. We are using that skill when the user submits their idea to build their website or app or whatever their idea is using the impeccable skill. So it is a beautiful one-shot AI generated through Open Router mockup. It's weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Some of these words are just not, they're not. Like I said, mock-up. Yeah, it stopped, actually. It didn't even paste everything. I went on for like another few sentences. I don't know what that was about. Uh-oh. Is Handy not good? All right. Not happy about that. The Boatenston Hero is our focus on here to make sure that we use... Yeah, I'm definitely going to add in iCharles and Boatenston. The Boatenston.com Hero is our focus on here to make sure that we use the impeccable skill to spin up a mock-up for the user using the impeccable skill Open Router AI models that then generates on the slide out window based on the idea of what the user put into the hero. Yeah, it might be. I'm thinking that too. Why can't we have? I don't know. What are other good models? Because I don't really care about it recording my voice. I do care about it recording all the text, though. Can you turn off the voice? You know what? Should we say balanced accuracy and speed, good accuracy, medium speed? Let's see, what are other good ones? Fast and accurate. Whisper small. Oh, I didn't even see the megs. Whisper large. Wow, it goes up to a gig. That is crazy. So a large, slower, but very accurate multi-language. I don't need multi-language. Yeah, I might just do English only, high quality. Yeah, I might just do one of these. Let's do that. Whispo Turbo. Why don't you use Moonshot V2 Medium? Look at the accuracy and speed as opposed to small. Is it because of the speed? Fast. Okay. All right. Well, let this guy go out. Then we'll also work on that bug. Goals is broken. Copy to Claude. Working on. Let's go over here. This one was the intake form. We can clear that. We fire that out. Yeah, the calls is definitely something that I'm probably going to have to prompt a few times. I am pretty confident this guy is going to cook. I'm pretty confident. Because I got a beefy PC. Dude, 5 seconds? You know how much time you're wasting? 5 seconds, you do 30 prompts, 100 prompts, whatever. Fixed Moxa generation. Which one is this? Need inspiration. Oh yeah, the inspiration now works. So the inspiration is essentially this. Very, obviously I've shut it down, but it's a really good, I was impressed by it. I said I'm a real estate agent transitioning into a vibe coder, and it gave me 6 good examples. I wonder if I can copy this exact code and wire it to iCharles. Kind of the exact same thing. Yeah, but it's almost never misspells. Okay, there you go. Complex. Goals are broken. You have access to goals? Get out of here. That's for me. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's weird. The buttons. Huh. Look at the buttons. The buttons went away. Huh. All right. Well, we got a bug in the bugs. All right. Let's go here. Hold on. What just happened? It fixed. Is Neuralink already in my head right now? All right, let's go. Copy to Claude. All right, I also need to make sure that this is available to, yes, need inspiration calls. All right. Okay, so that's fixing the calls. 5 hours. Yeah, it's going to get expensive once this guy starts taking off, and I have no doubt it will. No doubt it will. Once we get that up and running, we get the project management up and running, I'm going to start pestering my friends. But then we're also going to need developers. So we're going to have to add in are you a developer? Are you a developer? You know? We also need to put in what the process is. This is decent, but we need to put in, yeah. All right, so we'll send that out. Also add to the to-do list that this menu option should be only available to the administrator. And if I say 4:3 aspect ratio types, oh wow. That's brilliant. Yeah, we're actually going to add some words. Is it advanced? General. It's got to be in advanced, right? Hidden. Paste. Custom words. Botenstein.com. Oh, it's only one at a time. Botenstein. There you go. It's even in the dictionary. Look at that. My father, apparently, was converted to Lutheranism by Luther. Apparently. Allegedly. By Claude. And my name was Bodenstein. Because that's where I was from. I was from that part of... There's Boden, I think. It was either Steen or Boden. Was an area... no. In Bavaria, Germany. Charles, what are the other ones? That I am totally... All right, now we're doing some... Yeah. Let's see, is this guy done? All right, let's /clear. You know what? I'm going to start building an admin area for Botenstein because... Let's see, does it exist? Nope. All right. I'm going to start building an admin area. Let's do that. Have an intake of developers. While we're working on a couple of areas outside in other chats, I want you to go to botenstein.com and at the bottom, or maybe one of the sections, say, are you a developer? And have an intake form of those that are interested in potentially becoming a developer. Make sure the form goes to an area in which we are creating a newly designed admin area. So it's going to be botenstein.com/admin. The admin access is through a 30-day cookie that is a magic link that I will tell you the email at another time. The Are You a Developer is essentially bringing in those that are interested in developing. It's going to be just their name and email. Do not, and then in the admin area, have the menu option. This is a left navigation. The left navigation is going to be developers. And on the developers page is going to be the intake of that form. And you have to have a confirmation of the email. And anything that is not confirmed after sending out a reminder, the email is deleted within 14 days. So in other words, we need a secondary confirmation once they input their email into the form. Yeah, I need to switch models. Okay. Well, I don't even know if all that went out. Canary 1B V2 is the only one that spells Botenstein correctly. We're actually pretty famous. I think there's some Botensteins out there. I gotta have kids so we keep the bloodline going. That's for sure. I gotta have a boy, I should say. Keep the bloodline going. All right, what is this one? Fix the calls. All right, let's test the calls. Let's go to boatenston.com. Or this, we got to go to iCharles. Start a call. Going live soon. Wednesday. Oh, it's gonna. Wow. I can't wait till this thing's up and running. I can't wait till this thing's up and running. Well, unfortunately, anytime I do that, my right camera switches to... Yeah, I can't wait till this is up and running. Start a call. Let's see. Test. It should work. It should work. Dude, this is trippy. Dude, I cannot wait till people are making calls. FYP! We installed that yesterday. All right, let's add back. Let's go O. And then let's look at the chats, and then your boy's got to get something to eat. Let's do this. Hey, Dan. There we go. All right. And let's turn that down. Okay. All right. Let's see what the chat said. Are we going to have a minimal viable product? All right. So the goals for today should be working. What are you shipping? That's terrible. There needs to be a plus button. There needs to be a plus button right there. There needs to be a plus button above today and future where I can add in a future or today task to cover. It needs to be a pop-up modal on that. All right. Okay, now it's saying what's shipped. Okay, so it's thinking, verified. Where I'm pausing. The Cloudflare tunnel flip is the next step. From Boatenston. Okay, you know what it was? I went from boatenston.com/beta, and beta was on a different localhost. And then it started building on iCharles instead. Man, that's a lot. I'm sitting here and I'm saying, I'm triggering this thing. I see it in the background on iCharles working, and then all that has to be brought over too from iCharles. That whole back end that I created has to be brought over. All those councils. Oh man, we just need a minimal viable product. 3 options. Wait for the in-flight run to finish. Verify the published mockup. No, that should not take 5 to 7 minutes. And are you still using councils? Go to personal, settings, council. Oh my gosh, it's running still. Okay. This is going to be a bigger build than I thought. That was the whole thing. I don't want to be on iCharles. I don't want to be on iCharles. I want to be on boatenston.com. This guy's building a admin area. The calls feature is fixed. Oh, whoops, not Boatenston. Sheesh, getting my own name. Let's close you down. Oh, it's saying it hasn't switched it yet. So what do you think the process would be to ensure that everything on Boatenston.com within that hero trigger happens on Boatenston.com within the admin area that I am currently building in another chat? We need to keep them completely separate. iCharles.com is going to be running iCharles.com items, and Boatenston.com is going to be running Boatenston.com items. So we're going to have to wire this into and out of the... I got to give it to the exact URL. We got to wire it out of the council area. And into Boatenston.com/admin/councils. That page doesn't exist yet, but we would have to build it. Using potentially the same code that is in iCharles.com. Look at that. Added in Boatenston.com. And it, yeah, got them all right. Got them all right. All right. All right, so the goals for today, that feature is potentially fixed. Pop-up modal, yep. Except this one is it this one? One of them was better. Yeah, I need you to add to, first of all, this is, when finished, is not, that's not a good experience for the user right there. All right, let's bring this down here so I can see what I'm looking at. Let's go over here. The one finished from earlier, I don't know what that's about. Maybe we add in a toggle in the today column where it says today and unfinished, and I could toggle between them. Also, when I click the plus buttons, I want to have more details on that pop-up modal, including the ability to add a link, longer description, and that's saved. Kind of like how when I click on it, a very detailed pop-up modal is shown to me. And also I want you to make the right column talking points the exact same UI as today and future with the plus button at the top. Actually, no, that's a different feature. We'll erase that. Saved kind of, including the ability to add a longer, that's saved kind of. What is up with this, dude? My man, I'm getting all sorts of crap over here. It's not working well at all. It's cutting off. It's cutting off my prompt. Very close to going back to Mac Whisper. Because then it's gotta have a cutoff. There has to be a cutoff somewhere, because it's literally consistently. I'm going to close it out and just use Mac Whisper from now on, because that cut off almost half the prompt. All right, let's go to settings. And let's go to, all right, let's cancel that out. All right, let's continue. All right, so the biggest build right here is on the right column right here, show less. What we're doing is bringing over Right now, everything's wired to iCharles. The iCharles consoles right here. Everything is wired to this, and it's in iCharles. It's a big problem. Is direct? Maybe that's the issue. Yeah, it's weird. It literally does. It's done half for a couple already. We'll see if Mac Whisper. Up, it still pops up. Okay, that's weird. It's not even loaded, and it's popping up. So I think that's the feature. By the way, there's a feature at the top which is something about not loading or whatever. But let's go over here. All right, current state of iCharles console admin. What completely separate means? Yes. Port everything over to Boatenston. Yes. The authorization, which is just for me, iCharles has a member system, Boatenston does not. Okay. The other chat collision. Charles is building admin in another chat. That admin might be done. Okay, so whoops. There we go. Okay. Do you want to flip the tunnel now? Hero only goes live. Admin keeps running on, or wait until the admin. This is from the admin other chat, what was shipped. It is commit 04D21A7. There we go. All right, thank you for your service. What was it called? Handy? Well, you know. Man, so much going on outside of this. I wish I could just make money from vibe coding. That is the entire thing of what we're doing. Let's see what Handy says. Handy. All right. Would you say it's direct auto submit? Paste method. Where's direct? Command. Oh, direct. Oh, that's weird. How is that not auto on? That should be auto on. So essentially it takes it and then you have to paste it? Makes no sense. Hero slide over, impeccable Rails committed, yes. Developer card admin committed, okay. What I would recommend, flip the tunnel. Now, yes. The hero developer form, okay. Wait, no, we're just gonna flip it, dude. Flip the tunnel. Let's go. How is the sound? Does it sound weird that I don't have the microphone? If not, then I might just not use a microphone. That would be a lot easier. Instead of having this stupid DJI. Can they think of 3 worse letters to put together? And just use me spouting from my big yapper. All right, let's see what this was. Fix the goals. All right. It's decent enough. Decent enough. All right, let's get the goals. Yeah, because when I click this is the... Obviously, this could be better. Let's go to that. Let's go to this. Go to that. And see screenshots. All right, what was this? Create the intake form for developers. Let's see what it built. Let's do a refresh. Where in the hell did you put that? Boneston.com, are you a developer section? Do you need to restart the server? Yeah, we don't see it. Do you have to restart the server? Because we don't see what you just built. And we can close this guy out. We can move this over here. We have any active bugs? Bug report, none. The calls is broken, that's good. That can be completed. Boneston mock-up, that's completed. And the goals, that's completed. All right, so scale of 1 to, oh wait, the Claude is broken. Tags are visible, meaning thinking is leaking into actual output. Yeah, we're going from iCharles to Botenston. Is that me? Is that me? That's a totally different feature. I said that today. Can you not move this window? Okay, I gotta stick it there. I'll look that up later. I said that today. The thinking. Okay, now the Botenston should be up and running. All right, let's refresh. Oh my gosh, come on now. Oh, it's moving it over. All right, we'll be down. Hold, folks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get this up and running. I got invited to a trivia night. Oh my gosh. Am I just going there for vibes? I don't even know who these people are. It's so funny. Just so many people want to. All right, we're done for today. Today could have been a very successful session. It turned into an AI brutal session. We'll be back tomorrow. Safe travels. Energy high. Positivity. We've got setbacks and we've got good days, and then we have bad days. And then we have today, which is an in-between. Everything needed to go over to Botenston.com anyway. So we're doing it. It's going to be broken for a little bit. And yeah, the developer is still not on the page. Still not on the page, but I like that they paused it. All right. Safe travels. I am